Right now.
Shalom. My name is Ezra Elazar,
Brother Zerubbabel.
and we are out here again to bring you a lesson, a milk lesson. This is for the people that are coming in, the people that are trying to see what the Hebrew Israelites, because it's the Hebrew Israelites, not the Black Hebrew Israelites, because it's the so-called Blacks, Latinos, and Native Americans, and not just the so-called African American men. When they want to see what the Hebrew Israelites are teaching, these are some of the lessons that we're putting out there to have other people sit down and actually go through every single lesson. Like we've had a lot of other lessons that you can go back and see and start from the beginning. And we are out here feeding here in YouTube, feeding the masses with milk, bringing it up and slowly going up for the understanding of what we are about, what the Most High wants you to learn, and for you to understand. This is what He wants you to begin with, because, see, for the most part, every single time you go to a church, they open up the Bible and they start at Matthew. You can't start in the middle of the book. I don't think anybody out there has ever started a novel, a book, or gone to college and they open up the book in the middle of the class. Open it up in the middle, and now all of a sudden you're gonna understand the the mysteries of the Bible, or you're gonna understand the beginning of the basics of math. No, you start at the beginning, you learn how you're supposed to read this Bible, which we had a lesson, and you've seen at the beginning. You can go back at the beginning of some of our lessons and see how do you get understanding. How do you go about understanding what God wants you to understand, what Jesus was teaching? And we use the name Jesus, we use God, we use all of this is because it's what we're reading. We're reading it in English. We're not going to get so deep and just confuse the masses, because you're not supposed to use this name or that name or all that. You know what? It says God, we're going to use God. It says Jesus, we're going to use Jesus. So today we got a lesson for you, which is about the Sabbath day, how we're supposed to be keeping the Sabbath day, because it is one of the important things, and it is a commandment. And see, that's the thing about it, that even like I'm gonna say, even like the Catholic Church still has the commandment in the Bible, but yet they don't teach it. I have gone back to different priests and videos of them teaching the Ten Commandments, and they'll teach the commandments and skip the fourth command, skip the fourth commandment, just completely skip it and not even teach it anymore. But it's a very, very important day that the Most High set up. So we're gonna start off with the book of Psalms, chapter 92, verse 1 to 15.
The book of Psalms, chapter 92 and verse 1. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord and to sing praises unto thy name, O Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night, upon an instrument of 10 strings and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Lord, hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doeth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Lord, art most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Lord, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. Verse 10. But my horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of an unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see my desire on mine enemies, and mine ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him.
Right. So we're going to go up on verse 2. It says, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning. See, we got to be teaching this to our kids. This world has become a world of I, me, just egotistic, centric, because everything has to do with I. If it's not to the convenience of the person, they don't want to deal with it. They don't want to know about it. But it says to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night. We have to show the loving kindness every morning. Wake up in the morning, because how many people actually didn't wake up from their sleep? And yet the scientists and the doctors don't know why they didn't wake up. They don't know what happened. They went to sleep and that was it. They didn't wake up anymore. We have to be grateful that we can wake up and be with our family, enjoy our family, enjoy the work that you consider that you got, the things that you have, the vacations where you're going. You have to be grateful that you're able to do this because he allows it to actually happen. It says, in thy faithfulness every night. We have to have that faithfulness to God every single night when you go to sleep. Be thankful that you were able to go and work to provide for your family. Because we go out there and we work, and sometimes you don't feel like working, but you do it for your significant other. You do it for your kids. You do it for your family members. Some people don't have a significant other, but they do it for their parents. They go out there, and you have to be grateful about that. But see, he gives us a day of rest. He gives us the Sabbath. And that's what we're going to go through and understand what the whole Sabbath is about. Verse 6 is a British man knoweth not, neither doth a fool understand this. See, when you go to the churches, they'll tell you that some of the places don't even tell you that the full 10 commandments are done. They're done away with. They're completely done. Don't worry about it. Just live your life. You'll be all right. This is what the teaching of the churches are. But they don't understand how important this day is. Verse 7 says, when the wicked spring as grass, and when all the works of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. See, we have to follow the 10 commandments. We've been going from commandment 1 all the way up to now. And if you follow every single commandment is tied in within each other. Every single commandment is teaching you how you're supposed to conduct yourself in this world. But when the wicked rise, when they're sitting there telling you that you don't follow the commandments anymore, it's being wicked. It's going against the Bible. It's going against the teachings, right? And when they read it in the new, they don't understand it because they never read it on the old. But you know that some of the leaders do read it on the old and do understand it, but they're not going to teach it. They're not going to teach it because a lot of these institutions are about the money. And if they start teaching it, their money's going to go away. It's going to disappear. But it says that it is that they shall be destroyed. Verse 11 says, mine eye also shall see my desire on mine enemies, and my ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. See, when this whole movement started and when it started getting popular, you saw that other people, like there's a guy out there, and I'm not going to say his name, but there's a guy out there that's doing a full-blown dissertation and getting a master's going against the Hebrew Israelites. Now, nobody is paying attention to him at the moment anymore, but he still shows up, and he's still being disrespectful to show up when the Hebrew Israelites are out there teaching. These are all the enemies. Some of the churches hate the Hebrew Israelites. They hate the teachings. What we are out here teaching our people for them to wake up and realize that they are the people of the book, that they are the people, and it can be proven through precepts or verses in the Bible to show that the so-called blacks, Latinos, and Native Americans are the people of the book. And these enemies are going to rise up, right? But it says, the righteous shall flourish like a palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. See, it doesn't matter what you do to the truth or to our people. There's still going to be more people coming up. We're rising up. There's camps that have made it out of seas. They've made it to other countries. This truth has gone so far because of YouTube, because of Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, you name it. All of these platforms, they're looking at it like, oh, where these platforms were made to make people waste their time. Because you sit there on one of those platforms and before you know it, you already wasted 30 minutes, an hour. There was a video out there that I saw. The lady was like, oh, I dropped off my kids and I look up and now I got to pick them up. So she was sitting on social media, and it might have been a joke. It might have been her just trying to get views, but it happens. Get buried in these social medias. But guess what? The Hebrew Israelites are on these social medias. The Hebrew Israelites are teaching it. Why? Because it goes throughout the whole world. Everybody else can see it. Everybody else can get that little seed of, what are these guys talking about? Whether they see it and they think it's bad because of the way that some of our people teach it, but the seed is still there. That means that they are going to go back and they are going to see what they're talking about. And eventually they are going to realize that, oh, wait, I figure maybe they were teaching and it wasn't even in the Bible, which was my case. Because when I seen the Hebrew Israelites, I wrote down some of the verses. I wrote down some of the books, and I was like, it's not possible that these guys are out here teaching this and that it's actually in the Bible. So I took my little piece of paper. I think it was like an envelope that I had in my car, and I wrote them in that envelope. And I go home and I open up a Bible that I've never opened before, that I've never read before, and I'm sitting there going, whoa, wait, these verses are actually there. See, that seed is going to get planted on all of these, and the righteous is going to rise. We are going to rise. We are going to get to the top. This is not going to get stopped. You can stop some of them, but you can't stop the whole world when they realize what this Bible is actually talking about. And knowing that you have to keep the commandments and knowing that you have to keep the Sabbath day. It says, to show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness with him. See, the Lord is upright, setting up all of these commandments, including the Sabbath day. He is righteous. He knows what he was doing. And it's going to get clear as we move on with this lesson that he knows what he was doing because of the way our people are walking through this life at this moment, the way that they are living. So we're going to continue. We're going to go to the book of 2 Maccabees 15, 1 through 4.
The book of 2 Maccabees, chapter 15, and verse 1. But Nicanor, hearing that Judas and his company were in the strong places about Samaria, resolved without any danger to set upon them on the Sabbath day. Nevertheless, the Jews that were compelled to go with him said, Oh, destroy not so cruelly and barbarously, but give honor to that day, which he that seeth all things hath honored with holiness above all other days. Then the most ungracious wretch demanded if there were a mighty one in heaven that had commanded the Sabbath day to be kept. And when they said, There is in heaven a living Lord and mighty, who commanded the seventh day to be kept.
See, so even when the Hebrew Israelites were in battle, they would honor the Sabbath day. But You got to go back and read First Maccabees and Second Maccabees. You got to go back and read and get full understanding in some of these other books, because even so, eventually we even had to defend ourselves on the Sabbath day, because some of the other nations did not respect it. They didn't respect that we were taking the Sabbath day. It says, "Oh, destroy not cruelly and barbarously, but give honor to that day." What day? The Sabbath day. You have to give honor to that day, which he that said it all things had honor with holiness above all others. So above all other days that were set up throughout the week. See, because for the Hebrew Israelites, there wasn't a Monday, a Tuesday, a Wednesday, a Thursday. It was the first day of the week, the second day of the week, and then the seventh day of the week, which was the Sabbath day. So the Sabbath day was created, and it was above all of the other weeks. It says, then the most ungracious wretch demanded if they were a mighty one in heaven that had commanded the Sabbath day to be kept. So they wanted to know, who's up there? Who are you talking about? Who created this? And sure, God created the Sabbath day, which is a honor to that day. And when they said, there is in heaven a living Lord and mighty, who commanded the seventh day to be kept. So he is a mighty Lord. So if you're a believer of the Bible, if you're a believer of Jesus, of this book, and you believe that he is up there, you have to understand that he made this day. See, because there's people that don't believe in this book. There's people that will throw the book in the air and shoot it. There's people that will take this book and burn it. There's people that will take this book and use it as toilet paper, because they have no respect over this book. But all of the people that actually respect the book, and I'm talking about the churches, the people of the world that do respect this book and do understand that there is a God in heaven, you have to understand that he made a day above all other days. That if anybody tells you otherwise, they're teaching you lies. They're teaching you wickedness. They're teaching you, like we read in Psalms earlier, to be wicked. And he's showing you that they will get destroyed. So it's up to you to look for your own salvation. And if your pastor's teaching you contrary what the book is saying, then for you to actually go back and read it for yourself. See, I used to work for a satellite company, and I'm not going to say their name, but I used to work for a satellite company, and I used to go into homes every single day. I used to go into 4 or 5 different homes per day. 4 days out of the week, I was in those houses. I mean, one day I tried to count how many houses I was in. It was a ridiculous number. What I'm going to is that I've gone to so many houses where there was Bibles in the living room tables, and I've never saw one of the books be in the Old Testament. All of the books were open up to Matthew. All of the books were open up in Acts, Romans. All of these other books were always open within the New Testament. And that's where they were. Now, I don't know, and I can't claim that if they were reading the old or not, but I'm just saying that we're always open at the end of the Bible, which is what I'm saying, that if your pastor is telling you contrary to what you're listening to now, it is of your best interest to go back and read it for yourself and understand it for yourself. Now, let's go into, when was the first Sabbath created? When did it come about? We're going to go into that right now, and we're going to go into the book of Genesis chapter 2 and verse 1.
The book of Genesis chapter 2 and verse 1. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made.
See, it says, thus the heaven and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day, God ended his work which he had made, and he rested the seventh day from all his work. So he created everything, and on the seventh day, he rested. And God blessed the seventh day. See, it's not just a regular day. It's the sun doesn't just come up and you treat it like every other day. Every other day, you have to get into this hustle. Every other day, you have to get into that mentality of waking up in the morning, going to the restroom, brushing your teeth, and prepping yourself to get into the grind, to get into work, to put in those 8 hours, to put in those 10 hours, to put in those 12 hours. See, when the sun goes down early, for people that work outside, 4 o'clock, you got to be home because there's nothing else you can do about it. But the people that work in warehouses, that work for these major companies that are building stuff here in the States, because there's not much that's actually being built, but what is being built, they have to go out there and put in 14 hours, where they'll show up in the dark in the morning and leave that place about 5, 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and it's already dark, right? But this is a special day. It is not a day like any other day. And God blessed the seventh day. See, it's a blessed day. And sanctified it. It's a blessed day and it's sanctified. How many times do you hear, I'm sanctified? Not understand what they're saying and talking about all of these words that they read in the news. And God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made. So if he's resting on the seventh day, wouldn't it be a beautiful thing for you to rest on the seventh day with him? Wouldn't it be a beautiful thing that if somebody asks you what you're doing, you can turn around and say, I'm resting with the Lord? Oh, that gave me chills. You know what I mean? I'm resting with the Lord. But with all of these institutions and churches, they've made the seventh day of the Lord just a regular day. Just a regular day that gotta go work. You know, they do understand that there's something about it being in the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. They'll rest Sunday, but I remember that like my dad and my uncle would go work on Saturday, and there was something about Saturday that they would only put in 4 hours of work. Well, it's just Saturday, so today we're gonna take a half a day and then we'll rest the rest of the thing. Not knowing what for, they will rest half a day. Like there was something about that day, and there's always been something about that day, and you're getting the understanding of it now because it's a blessed day and it's a sanctified day. The Sabbath day is a day for you to rest, to relax, to take that day off with your family and with the Lord. So we're going to go into the book of Exodus, chapter 20 and verse 8.
The book of Exodus, chapter 20 and verse 8. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it.
See, this is where the commandments are. Exodus 20 and 8. It says, remember the Sabbath day. So you go and read the book of Exodus chapter 20. Read it all. Read it constantly. Because I don't think a lot of the pastors, the priests, the deacons, and all of these from all of these places really go much into, especially when they're teaching that the Ten Commandments are not there anymore. They're not teaching this. It says, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. See, the thing about it, it could have been keep my Sabbath day holy, or um, the Sabbath day is a day of rest, but it says remember, because at one point the Hebrew Israelites were going to forget about the Sabbath day. And now, even nowadays in 2022, Hebrew Israelites don't remember the Sabbath day. See, they wake up Sunday morning, go into the church, feel like they're spiritual, and not remember the Sabbath day. See, you got to remember the Sabbath day. For the Hebrew Israelites, it's Saturday. Whichever way you're keeping the Sabbath day, that you're keeping that day for the Most High, for God, that you're keeping that day. But it says remember it, because Sunday morning is no remembrance to the Sabbath day for the Lord. So remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work, which is what I was talking about. See, it's almost like robots, like a treadmill. You wake up Monday morning and you get on that treadmill, right? Monday morning, you go, you put in your 8 hours, 12 hours, you're tired. You still got some energy for Tuesday. You get up in the morning, you get on that grind. By Wednesday, you're feeling a little droggy. You're like, I already put in 2 days. I've already got 24 hours in of work in this company. I'm feeling a little bit tired. By Thursday, you're dragging yourself. By Friday, you're completely done. But you realize that, guess what? I still have to wake up and go put in another 12 hours on Saturday. But God is telling you, 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. In 6 days. But then they rest Sunday, which is completely opposite to what he wants you to do. It says, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. So you go Monday, first day, all the way up to Friday is 6. Then Saturday, you rest. You completely rest, and everybody in your house, you, your wife, your kids, or you, your wife, or you and your parents, or you, whoever is staying with you, you rest that day. There is no getting up and going out to the store. There is no getting up and going everywhere and doing this and doing that, right? You just rest. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the 7th day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. So, knowing this, I don't think a lot of people have actually looked at a calendar. Are you able to pull up just a week calendar?
Yeah, let me see.
If you're able to pull up that, just so we can look that not people really don't look that Sunday is the first day. Everybody thinks that Monday is the first day of the week, but when you look at the calendar, he'll pull it up. We'll just look real quick on it. But it says that 6 days shalt thou do labor. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. So you have to do all your work in 6 days. Then he's commanding that you rest, because see, he created everything. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth. So he made heaven, he made earth, right? The sea and all that in them is, and rested the 7th day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the 7th day and hallowed it. So the day is a blessed day, to enjoy a blessed day. Can you sit there and tell the rest of your family, your co-workers, what are you doing? I'm resting on a blessed day. And it's a day that has been hallowed. It's a hallowed day. So when you look here on the calendar, you'll see that the first one is Sunday, right? You look at the next one, it says Monday, right? So that's all we wanted to look at here. That when you look at the first one is Sunday, and when you go all the way to the end, the last day is Saturday. I don't think anybody has paid attention to this. And when you look it up and you look on your phone, you'll also look and see and realize that the first day is Sunday. You do the 6 days, and by the end, it's already Saturday. So if you don't believe, look at the verses we have brought out, the precepts that we brought out, because the King James Bible says precepts, and all of the other Bible says verses. So any of the verses that we've read at the moment, you can go back and look at them when this lesson is over. Or if you're not looking at this lesson and you go back to look at the beginning of the lesson and actually follow them in order, you'll realize that if you pull it up on your phone, you'll see the same calendar, and you'll see that Sunday is the first day and Saturday is the last day of the week. So we're going to continue with the Sabbath day. Let's go into the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 5, 12 to 15.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 5, and verse 12. Keep the Sabbath day to sanctify it, as the Lord thy God hath commanded thee. 6 days thou shalt labor and do all thy work. But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, nor thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thine ox, nor thine ass, nor any of thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates, that thy manservant and thy maidservant may rest as well as thou. And remember that thou wast a servant in the land of Egypt, and that the Lord thy God brought thee out thence through a mighty hand and by a stretched out arm. Therefore, the Lord thy God commanded thee to keep the Sabbath day.
So it says, keep the Sabbath day to sanctify it. See, if you're out here working, doing everything but actually looking at the Bible, doing everything but actually, like we read in the beginning, giving praises to God in the morning and in the evening. If you're doing anything else, you're not sanctifying this day. It's not a sanctified day to you. And using these words just makes it so much more important, because going to church on Sunday, you realize that you're not doing something that God wants you to do. It says, as the Lord thy God had commanded thee, 6 days thou shalt labor and do all thy work. 6 days. Again, see, he's reiterating it. Genesis showing the creation of the day. Exodus showing you the commandment of you keeping it. Deuteronomy showing you the importance of actually keeping that day. It says, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou nor thy son nor thy daughter. How important is that? See, you go out there and work for your family. Your kids go to school every day during the week. You got your son, you got your daughter doing some dishes, you got your son taking out the garbage, or vice versa. You got them cleaning their room. You got them helping you out there with the plants, showing your son how to push the mower so the lawn can look good on Saturday. Then your neighbor sees that you're doing your lawn, so he brings out his lawnmower. He sees that you're washing your car, he brings out his car to be washed. You know, he's washing the car, and now you're sitting there going, my car is not going to look dirty compared to his. So now you're bringing out your car on the Sabbath day, breaking the Sabbath day, or sending your son. See, son, you go wash the car. Daughter, you vacuum the inside of the car. No, you rest the Sabbath day, then you take your son and you sit him down and have him rest from him taking, which you're acknowledging and even talking. It's an important thing to actually even talk to them. Let them know, listen, son, you've taken out the garbage every day of the week this week. We're going to take the garbage out Friday night before sundown. We're going to make sure we don't have that much, because we're not going to have that much garbage for the Sabbath day. You're going to rest. You're going to sit here with me. We're going to enjoy the Sabbath. We're going to open up the book, and we're going to give praises to God to give praises to the Most High, right? You do the same thing with your daughter. Not only are you resting, but you're enjoying your family. You're sitting down with your family. You're enjoying everything about your family. Your son and your daughter understand that, okay, I did all of this during the week, But I can't wait for Saturday because that day I get to do nothing. I get to sit there. I get to open up my book. I get to relax. I don't have my mom yelling at me. Did you already take the garbage out? How many times do I have to tell you to take the garbage out? How many times do I have to tell you to clean your room? Doesn't matter how the room looks. You enjoy that day with your family. So for your son, your daughter, anybody living at your house, you're gonna do this. It says that thy manservant and thy maidservant mayest rest as well as thou. So they're gonna rest with you. Your whole family is gonna rest with you, right? It says, and remember that thou was a servant in the land of Egypt, and that the Lord thy God brought thee out of thence through a mighty hand and by the stretched out arm. That is a mighty hand. The whole world saw what God did for the Hebrew Israelites, bringing them out of Egypt. I mean, enormous what he did, right? Therefore, the Lord thy God commanded to keep the day, to keep the Sabbath day. So he commanded it to keep that day for you to rest. So when you're sitting there on Wednesday feeling tired, you're getting a little bit of that energy because you're seeing Sabbath coming around. Come Thursday, you're like, man, one more day, I'll be done with today, and the Sabbath is gonna be here. Rest. Because you're not a robot. You need a day off. And that's what I said, like what I said in the beginning. It's important because you're gonna see that being working, and that the Hebrew Israelites forgot, where we read on Exodus that it said, remember the Sabbath day, is because not remembering it, now you're working Saturday. And sometimes they force you to work Sunday, and sometimes the 7 days. If you're doing something in the sense of doing your own company. I know that when I started working for myself, before understanding the Hebrew Israelite, being a Hebrew Israelite, I worked 7 days. I went from Sunday to Sunday, going every single day, trying to build what I wanted to build and trying to get what I wanted to get, 7 days out of the week. And I'm glad I did it, because when I came to this understanding, working for myself made me realize that, you know what, I can just take Saturday off with no problem, with ease. And I can enjoy it with my family, which was something I wasn't doing, which is something a lot of people out there are not doing. Like I said, they'll leave in the morning in the dark, come back in the dark. By the time they come back, their kids already had dinner and they're already going to sleep. See them for like 2-3 minutes every day. But now you get a full day. You get the whole Sabbath day. You not only do you get the whole Sabbath day with your kids and your family, but you get it with God on a holy day. So let's continue. Let's go to the book of Exodus, chapter 31, verse 12 to 17.
The book of Exodus, chapter 31, and verse 12. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak thou also unto the children of Israel, saying, Verily my Sabbaths ye shall keep, for it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, that ye may know that I am the Lord that doeth sanctify you. Ye shall keep the Sabbath therefore, for it is holy unto you. Every one that defileth it shall surely be put to death. For whosoever doeth any work therein, that soul shall be cut off from among his people. 6 days may work be done, but in the seventh is the Sabbath of rest, holy to the Lord. Whosoever doeth any work in the Sabbath day, he shall surely be put to death. Wherefore the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath, to observe the Sabbath throughout their generations, for a perpetual covenant. It is a sign between me and the children of Israel forever. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, and on the seventh day he rested and was refreshed.
Right. So, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, so the Lord spoke to Moses, so Moses would go and speak to the Hebrew Israelites. It says, speak thou also unto the children of Israel, saying, verily my Sabbath ye shall keep, So see, again, going from Genesis, going into Exodus, going into Deuteronomy, coming back into Exodus, he's just reiterating, keep my Sabbath day, for it is a sign. See, this is a sign. This is for you to understand. A sign, when you pull up to the stop sign, you stop. When you pull up to the light, it is a sign when it's red for you to stop. It is a sign when it's green for you to go. This is a sign for the Hebrew Israelites, where it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations. See, this is throughout your generations, because now in 22 is the out in generations, being we're now here and remembering the Sabbath day, understanding that we have to keep it, understanding that we have to come back and enjoy the Sabbath day, that they may know that I am the Lord that does sanctify you. Right? It says, I'm gonna drop down. It says, wherefore the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath to observe the Sabbath. So you're supposed to keep the Sabbath, and you're supposed to observe the Sabbath. Keep the Sabbath, observe the Sabbath by opening up your Bible, by reading in your Bible, by going back and reading Isaiah, the book of Isaiah, chapter 28 and verse 9 and down, and understanding how you're supposed to break down the Bible. By opening up your Bible and realizing that this Bible is so much more and so much information and so much history. Keeping the Sabbath day, enjoying the Sabbath day with your family. Is this though throughout their generations for a perpetual covenant. This is a covenant, a contract, right? When you go buy a vehicle at a dealership, you have a contract with them. And the contract says that you're going to make certain amount of payments on this vehicle, otherwise we're going to come back and get it. See, it's the same thing with the Sabbath day. It is a contract that if you believe in the Bible, you believe in God, then you have to be part of this contract, part of this covenant. This is for the Hebrew Israelites, though they're throughout the generation, for a perpetual covenant. It is a sign between me and the children of Israel forever. See, this is a sign between God and the children of Israel, which is what this book is about, the children of Israel. Hence the name of our group, of our channel here, the children of Israel, because that's what we are to God, the children of Israel. It is a sign between me and the children of Israel forever, ever, forever. It doesn't stop. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, and on the seventh day he rested and was refreshed. See, if you're going to teach that you don't have to keep the Sabbath day, if you're going to teach that no longer do you have to keep, then if it is that simple that you can go and teach this, then go and do this. It says, for in 6 days, go take 6 days. It says, for in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth. Go take 6 days. Go create a heaven. Go create an earth. And on the seventh day he rested. Rest or not rest after you create this? It is not possible. He created this world. He created this understanding. He created the Sabbath. So it is for you to rest in it, and he was refreshed. I know that by the end of the Sabbath day, and for me to go back to work during the week, I feel refreshed. I feel relaxed. Something I never felt before. I enjoy it. My family is happier because now they're refreshed, because they're relaxed, because now come Monday when they go back to school, or go or whoever is with you goes back to work, they enjoyed all day with you. They read with you all day. They ate a meal with you all day. They did everything that is done on the Sabbath day, and they're refreshed. So the Sabbath day is a covenant, is a sign between the Most High and his people. And his people, the people of the children of Israel, the Hebrew Israelites. See, The Sabbath day is that important. But when does this day begin? At what time does it begin? When does it begin? So let's get understanding on that. Let's go to the book of Genesis, chapter 1 and verse 1 through 5.
The book of Genesis, chapter 1 and verse 1. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And God saw the light that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day.
Right. So see, God created all of these things. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. We can't create. You can't go out there and say, you know what, I'm just going to make my own world. Even though I'm not even going to get into that. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. See, God was moving throughout all his creation, and God said, let there be light, and there was light. He brought the light into this world, and God saw the light. And there is lessons eventually that you're going to understand the spirit. They're going to understand the light. We've went over the spirit already because a lot of people don't understand that. But you can go back to some of our lessons and understand what this is about. Go back to the beginning, not being boastful that you're just going to be taught and learn, and that you can learn from many places. Take what we're teaching, learn from what we're teaching, and we're doing it out here. There's people out there, they charge. Go and try to be a pastor. You're going to have to pay for a seminar and for schooling or whatever they call it for you to become a pastor. And I wouldn't be amazed is if once you have a church that you have to give dowry or some type of money from where you came from. So the pastor has to go pay to learn. Some of the churches out there charge for you to go to their school and learn, so you can go to your congregation and teach. I mean, some of the bigger evangelists, when they go to teach in other churches, they charge for them to give not even to teach, just to give a sermon, especially with that prosperity uh, doctrine that they have out there. They don't go out there and give you a prosperity uh, sermon for you to just be happy about. They charge, and they charge big. We're just bringing this out for free for anybody that runs into it, for anybody that is recommended to it, for anybody that wants to learn. And like I said, not being boastful or anything, you're going to learn a lot if you go back and see our lessons from the beginning. Not only if you're a beginner, but even if even if you are the type of camp like the kids that were in high school that didn't want their friends to think that they weren't cool, so they wouldn't bring a backpack to school because they wanted to look cool, waited till everybody left the class and then pull a folded paper out of their pocket to give it to their teacher because they wanted to make sure they had a good grade, but they didn't want the other students to see that he was actually a studious student. He would do his work, he would do good in tests, he would turn in his work when nobody was looking. Even if you are a learned Hebrew Israelite and you don't want anybody else to know, you can learn off of these lessons and you can teach, because we rather people out there learn and take this back and actually teach it and show our people the milk and what they really need for us to be actually able to change. And what everybody likes to say, I'm ready to leave. I'm ready to leave this place. This is the only way we're actually going to leave this place. This is the actual way that we're actually going to leave. But if we don't remember the Sabbath day, and if we don't keep it holy and actually teach our people this, we're not going anywhere. It says in verse 4, and God saw the light that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness, and God called the day, and God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. Right? So you got the day, sun's out, you got night, it's dark. And the evening, this is where it gets important. And the evening, so when it's getting dark in the evening, and the morning were the first day. So what does that mean? That nowadays, in order for a new day to come about, it has to be midnight and then there's a new day. Midnight and there's a new day. The way God made it is the evening. When it gets dark, up to the day is one day. And when it starts getting dark, that day is over. In Genesis 1 and 5, go back and read it. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. So the evening for us, because we are in the Sabbath today, our Sabbath started last night. So we have been in the Sabbath day from darkness last night up to today, which is day. When the sun goes down is going to be the first day of the week. So this is how he set it up, and this is how he told us to follow every single day. We are in a different century, we are in a different place, and they keep the day a different way. But know that when you're following the book, that your days start at evening up to the morning. So let's continue. Let's go to Genesis 1 and 8.
So the book of Genesis, chapter 1 and verse 8, it says, and God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day.
So this is the second day. So God called the firmament heaven. So when you look up, that is heaven. And the evening, again, reiterating the evening and the morning were the second day. Let's continue with this, showing this. We're going to show you more about evening and morning being the second day. So let's go to Genesis 1 and 13.
Verse 13, and the evening and the morning were the third day.
And the evening, again, in the afternoon, when it starts getting dark, the evening and the morning were the third day. Let's drop down to 19.
And the evening and the morning were the fourth day.
This is for you just to understand. And again, the Most High does this. He reiterates and for us to get the full understanding. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day. And let's drop down to 23.
And the evening and the morning were the fifth day.
So the evening and the morning were the fifth day. Let's drop down to 31.
Verse 31, and God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the sixth day.
See? So Genesis 1:31, and God saw everything that he had made. So now he looks back. You know, if you're a mason and you're building a wall, a brick wall, you're working every day. You turn around and you see your work. You see how that wall started stacking up, and you see it, and you see your work, and you're proud of your work. It's the same thing. And God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the sixth day. So you get full understanding from the first day all the way up to the sixth day. You get understanding that the evening to the morning is a full day. Evening to
So the
morning.
Sabbath isn't morning to morning?
The Sabbath is not morning to morning.
I just
It
want to make
starts,
sure. Just double checking.
right. It starts from evening to morning. So no, Sabbath is not morning to morning. And like I said at the beginning, we do live in a place where they tell you that after midnight, the day begins. So your day begins at midnight. But no, God set it up, and he gave you all of these verses all the way from Genesis 1 and 8 to Genesis 1:31, giving you the understanding that evening to morning were the first day.
I
And those
saw
are not
somebody last week teaching that the Sabbath day is only 12 hours.
Oh,
from the
wow.
morning until the evening, from Saturday morning until the evening time, because Christ said that there's 12 hours in a day, and that's how we kept it.
Right. Well, there is 12 hours in a day light, but your day is complete from evening to morning. I
You
mean,
mean
those are
evening
just
to
the
evening?
evening to evening. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. That's exactly what I meant. But he gives you more examples. That's not the only example that we get. And we're going to see an example right now when we go to the book of Judges, chapter 19, 1 through 9. It's a perfect example of what the Most High is talking about, evening to morning. So let's go to Judges 19, 1 through 9.
You mean evening to evening?
I said it again, right?
Yeah, you keep saying
What did I
evening to
say?
morning.
Yeah, evening
So
to evening. Yeah,
Judges
I'm sorry.
19 and 1. So the book of Judges, chapter 19 and verse 1, it says, "And it came to pass in those days, when there was no king in Israel, that there was a certain Levite sojourning on the side of Mount Ephraim, who took to him a concubine out of Bethlehem, Judah. And his
Hmm.
concubine played the whore against him, and went away from him unto her father's house to Bethlehem, Judah, and was there 4 whole months. And her husband arose and went after her to speak friendly unto her, and to bring her again, having his servant with him and a couple of asses. And she brought him into her father's house. And when the father of the damsel saw him, he rejoiced to meet him." Verse 4, "And his father in law, the damsel's father, retained him, and he abode with him 3 days. So they did eat and drink and lodge there. And it came to pass on the fourth day, when they arose early in the morning, that he rose up to depart. And the damsel's father said unto his son in law, Comfort thine heart with a morsel of bread, and afterward go your way. And they sat down and did eat and drink, both of them together. For the damsel's father had said unto the man, Be content, I pray thee, and tarry all night, and let thine heart be merry. And when the man rose up to depart, his father in law urged him. Therefore he lodged there again. And he arose early in the morning on the fifth day to depart. And the damsel's father said, Comfort thine heart, I pray thee. And they tarried until afternoon, and they did eat, both of them. Verse 9, "And when the man rose up to depart, he and his concubine and his servant, his father in law, the damsel's father, said unto him, Behold, now the day draweth toward evening. I pray you tarry all night. Behold, the day groweth to an end. Lodge here, that thine heart may be merry, and tomorrow get you early on your way, that thou mayest go home."
Right. So this it says, and it came to pass in those days when there was no king in Israel, that there was a certain Levite. So this Levite, his wife had left back to his father, and he went with his servants to go get her. He went to acquire at her and pick her up at her father's house. I'm dropping down to verse 4, and it says, "And his father-in-law, the damsel's father, retained him, and he abode with him 3 days." So he was there 3 days. So they did eat and drink and lodge there. And it came to pass on the fourth day, when they arose early in the morning. See, they'll read something like this, where they arose early in the morning and think that that's why it's a morning to morning, that he rose up to depart. And the damsel's father said unto his son-in-law, Comfort thine heart with a morsel of bread, and afterward go your way. So thinking that he rose up early because it was the beginning of the day, it in a sense is the beginning of the day, because you go out to work in the beginning of the day, but the day begins from evening and it ends at evening. It says, and they sat down and did eat and drink, both of them together, for the damsel's father had said unto the man, Be content, I pray thee, and tarry all night, and let thine heart be merry. So now he's telling them to be there all night, just sit there, relax, sleep it over the night. And when the man rose up to depart, his father-in-law urged him. Therefore, he lodged there again. So he continued to have him wait and have him wait. And he rose early in the morning on the 5th day to depart. See, he rose up again early in the morning, the first day. I mean, early in the morning to depart, right? So thinking that it's morning to morning. And the damsel's father said, comfort thine heart, I pray thee. And they tarried until the afternoon. So they were in the morning all the way up to the afternoon. After the afternoon is the evening. So that evening begins a new day up to the next evening, right? And they did eat both of them. And when the man rose up to depart, see, because they were there all the way to the afternoon, but when he rose up to leave, he and his concubine, right? He went to pick up the concubine, and his servant, his father-in-law, the damsel's father, said unto him, behold, now the day draweth towards evening. So he told him, just wait here until the afternoon. So he waited till the afternoon. Now he gets up again, and now he's telling him, now the day draweth towards evening. So it's getting dark. I pray you tarry all night. So stay here again all night. Behold, the day groweth to an end. Very important, because now he's telling them the day is ending. It is the end of the day. So how is it morning to morning if now we're seeing that he was there in the afternoon, got up when it was getting kind of dark? He's telling them that the day is growing to an end and lodge here. So the day ends after the afternoon. The new day begins when the darkness comes in. So it's darkness to the next darkness when the new day begins the next day on the darkness of the next day. That thine heart may be merry, and tomorrow get you early on your way, that thou mayest go home. So see, now you can read that thy heart may be merry, and tomorrow, right? Because it is tomorrow in the morning, but the day already began at evening. Evening to evening is one day, not morning to morning. See, a lot of these things, you know that they're being shown and taught because there's something behind it. Like I said in the beginning, when you're giving praise to the Most High in the morning or in the afternoon, then nowadays that's not being done and it's not being taught to the kids, because nowadays we live in a society where it's um a society where it's me, it's all about me, conceited, everything is about you. If it's not your convenience and to your benefit, then you don't want to be part of it. You're not going to do it. It needs to benefit the person, and it's the society that we live in now. If it doesn't benefit me, I don't want to be part of it. So you know that there's something behind it. They're benefiting from them being able to keep the Sabbath day morning to morning, because that Friday afternoon, that Friday night, that um that Friday night, there is something going on in that night that prohibits them from actually starting their Sabbath day Friday afternoon. I mean Friday night, after the afternoon, Friday night. I don't want to confuse anybody, but evening of Friday night evening, to understand of the calendar that we have now, Friday evening coming up to Saturday, that part there from Friday night. And see, the thing, we know what happens Friday nights. Friday nights, I mean, in Spanish, they got a thing that they love to say, it's Friday night and the body knows it. They're meaning, it's drinking time. You know what I mean? They already know what's gonna happen. It's the day you get your check. See, this society does it on purpose. You get your check on Friday. It's Friday, and the body knows it, and you don't know where you're gonna wake up or what bed you're gonna wake up. I'm not gonna get too deep into it, but all I'm saying is, you know there's something behind it. In order for you to follow morning to morning, something has to be happening that Friday night that prohibits you from actually following evening to evening, right? It's those itching ears. So we're gonna continue on Jeremiah. Let's go to Jeremiah 6:3-5.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 6 and verse 3. The shepherds with their flocks shall come unto her. They shall pitch their tents against her round about. They shall feed every one in his place. Prepare ye war against her. Arise and let us go up at noon. Woe unto us, for the day goeth away, for the shadows of the evening are stretched out. Arise and let us go by night, and let us destroy her palaces.
Right. So it says, the shepherds with their flocks shall come unto her. They shall pitch their tents against her round about. They shall feed every one in his place. Prepare ye war against her. Arise and let us go up at noon. Woe unto us. Woe means destruction. So destruction unto us, for the day goeth away. So the day is disappearing. The day goeth away. For the shadow of the evening, right? So the shadow of the evening, the sun is going down, right? The shadow of the evening are stretched out. What does that mean? It means you see it that in the mid of the day, your shadow, when you're standing, your shadow is right next to you. But when the sun is going down and the sun is done, and it's getting ready to go down, your shadow is lower and longer. We understand that it is stretched out because the day is to an end. A new day begins when the darkness comes in. It says, arise and let us go by night and let us destroy her places. So once the night comes in, that is a new day. Beginning of the day when the darkness comes in. All the way up to the afternoon, darkness comes in, it's another day. And it's not that hard really to follow. You're living your day normally. It's just the difference that your day doesn't start at midnight. It just starts when it gets dark. And it makes sense. It's a lot easier to understand than to sit there and be like, well, I got to wait all the way to midnight, and it doesn't work like that. Not for the Most High, it doesn't. So let's continue. Let's go to the book of Luke, chapter 24 and verse 29.
No, not the New Testament.
Right.
The book of Luke, chapter 24 and verse 29. But they constrained him, saying, Abide with us, for it is toward evening, and the day is far spent. And he
Right.
went in to tarry with them.
Right. It says, but they constrained him, saying, abide with us. So stay with us, for it is toward evening. Just stay with us. I mean, how many times did you have family members and they were out to visit you and they're getting ready to go? It's getting late. And you're like, you know what? Why don't you just stay here? Just stay here. I mean, it's already late. So it says, for it is towards evening and the day is far spent. Why is the day far spent? Because it's done. You get your money, you spent it, you already spent it all. Same thing with the day. You were there all day, you spent all day, it's already done. It is far spent. So it's at the evening, and he went into Terry with them. So he ended up staying. I mean, you've had family members before. It's already evening, and you're sitting there. Hey, you know what? Just stay here. You can go tomorrow. And they did. They stayed there because the day was far spent. It is evening to evening, right? So let's go to the book of Psalms, chapter 104 and 19 to 24.
The book of Psalms, chapter 104 and verse 19. He appointed the moon for seasons. The sun knoweth his going down. Thou makest darkness, and it is night, wherein all the beasts of the forest do creep forth. The young lions roar after their prey, and seek their meat from God. The sun ariseth. They gather themselves together, and lay them down in their dens. Man goeth forth unto his work, and to his labor until the evening. O Lord, how manifold are thy works, and wisdom hast thou made them all. The earth is full of thy riches.
Right. It says, He appointed the moon for seasons. The sun knoweth his going down. Thou makest darkness. So you make it darkness, and it is night. He made the darkness. And like we read in Genesis, all of those verses, all the way down, verse 1, all the way to the like verse 32, it says that the evening and the morning were the first day, the second day, and so on. It says, Thou makest darkness, and it is night, right? Wherein all the beasts of the forest do creep forth. So especially like I hate them, the snakes. For me, snakes is just super horrible. But the snakes come out at night. They come out at night. The mice, everything is quiet. They come out. The lions, they come out and hunt. They do all of this at night. All of the animals nocturnal tend to do this. Even the cats that you keep at home, you see that they're a little bit more active at night. They love to slumber during the day. They take naps during the day, but at night they're alert. They'll sleep, but they're kind of looking around, hearing noises, hearing what's going on, looking around, and that's what the animals do at night. Says the young lions roar after their prey and seek their meat from God. Right? You see in the History Channel or the Animal Planet, when they go and they see all of these lions hunting, they're out there in jeeps, which is crazy, something I would never do. Out there with jeeps open, with lights flashing at the animals when they're sitting there hunting, and you see that the lions hunt in packs of 6, 8, 9, 10, 12 lions at a time. You're out there in a jeep that is open. You got 6 over there, and you got 2 looking at you right behind you, going, how easy is this prey? I would never do it. But the point is that they hunt at night. The young lions roar after their prey and seek their meat from God. The sun ariseth. See, the sun comes up. They gather themselves together and lay them down in their dens. So once the sun comes up, they're not going to spend all of that energy heating themselves up, sweating, and taking all of that energy, because the night is a lot cooler. So they go to sleep. It's a lot harder that you see the History Channel when they're out there in the day. The lion is laying down, the lioness is laying down, the cubs are playing around. Why? Because it's too hot to do all of this hunting and all of this stuff. They do it at night, right? But man goeth forth unto his work and do his labor until the evening, right? That's why it's tomorrow when the light is out, because now man, when all of these beasts are laying down, they're relaxed, they're not attacking, you can go out there and do your work, do your cattle, your farming, plant your crops, do all of these things. Man goeth forth unto his work and do his labor until the evening, when the new day begins. The evening. It says, "O Lord, how manifold are thy works. In wisdom hast thou made them. All the earth is full of thy riches." The world is full of his riches. Why? Because the moon has a cycle. The sun has a cycle. The animals have a cycle. Human beings have their cycle. And part of the cycle is for you to keep the Sabbath day. So you are going against the cycle. And if you love watching movies, you're going against the matrix, because you're supposed to be following the Sabbath day because it is a commandment for you. It is what the Most High created you to do, and is for you to do. And like I said, if you are following the morning to morning, or if you ever did drop yourself and seeing one of these videos pop up, and you sitting there seeing that some people are following morning to morning, like I was saying, there is something behind it. There is an agenda behind it, because this world is created, not created, it's gone its own way to be for themselves. Before we go to the next verse, can we pull up 2 Timothy chapter 3 and verse 2?
The book of Second Timothy, chapter 3 and verse 2 says, "For men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy,
Right, verse 3.
without natural affection, truce breakers, false accusers, incontinent, fierce, despisers of those that are good, traitors, heady, high minded, lovers of pleasures more than lovers of God."
There you go. So that's what I was saying. See, they're there for themselves. See, if it's not convenient for them, you know what? It's not convenient for me to teach the Sabbath day in my church, because once they start learning this truth, my money is going to disappear. My resources are going to disappear. My congregation is going to disappear. If it's not convenient for me, I'm not going to be part of it. So it says, "For men shall be lovers of their own selves." How are they lovers of their own selves? All of these selfies. Let's take a selfie here. Let's take a selfie here. Right? Let me take a selfie of, let me take a picture of my food. Let me post it on Instagram. Let me post it on Facebook. Why am I going to be home and restrict myself when all of my friends, when all of my rich friends, where all my cool friends, they're out partying Friday night, they're out partying Saturday, they're going into these barbecues. Our people, the Northern Kingdom, doing all of these baptisms on Saturday, those weddings, the quinceañeras. Why would you try to follow the Sabbath day when you're missing out on quinceañeras? When you're missing out on the cousin's barbecue, when you're missing out going out to the club on Friday. See, lovers of their own selves. This is not convenient for me. Why would I do a Sabbath day when I'm missing out on life? You're not missing out on life. You're missing out on what the Most High is trying to give you. And if you're part of the church, you're missing out on your blessings if you really want to go that far, right? It says, "For men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, boasters, proud, very proud of their own selves." Just very proud, because I'm proud because I got my own house. Proud that I got my own vehicle, and it's the best vehicle in the block. And if anybody tries to outdo me, I'll turn that car in and get a better one than getting yourself. See, I just went one of these days. I was opening up the Bible with my oldest, and we went through this, and I was talking to him, telling him about being proud of having that vehicle, not knowing that when your neighbor gets a better vehicle and you want to turn that vehicle in, your credit that you have in that vehicle gets tacked on to the next vehicle. See, those are the things that our people are not teaching our new generation, right? For him to understand something like that, trying to keep up with the Joneses, blasphemers, disobedient, just completely disobedient to this book. How are you going to get rid of the best 10 commandments that the Most High set up, including the Sabbath day, and just be completely disobedient? It says disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, without natural affection, truth breakers. You're breaking that covenant with the Most High by not following the Sabbath day. It says false accusers. Dude, this thing that snitches get stitches, right? That you're not supposed to tell on people. Trust me, there's been many cases, and there's been a lot of cases on the History Channel where the two people, three people get caught, and they're all squealing against each other. See, out here in the streets, oh yeah, I'm not a teller, I'm not a snitch. But when it's their life, their situation in the line, they'll open up their mouth quickly, right? It says, fears, despisers of those that are good, traitors, completely. This, if it being a lover and a boaster of your own self and not actually focusing on the Sabbath or on the 10 Commandments or on the whole Bible, you're a traitor. Heady, high-minded, lovers of pleasure. That one. That one is one of the main ones. The lovers of pleasure is one of the things that's going to keep you from actually keeping the Sabbath day. Why? Because it is a pleasure to you to go out Friday night. It is a pleasure for a woman to find somebody that's going to take her out so she can eat and have drinks. All of this for free. Wink, wink to a guy so he can bring a bottle over and then just take off. A guy out there doing this for a woman. You know what I mean? It's just this pleasure of being in these clubs. That's why I'm saying that if you're keeping the Sabbath morning to morning, there is something that is happening, which is all of this pleasure happening out here in the world that is keeping you from actually following the Sabbath evening to evening. It says, lovers of pleasures more than lovers of God. It's not a coincidence that they're out there doing all of these pleasurable things in the world, but when the cop is pulling them over because they've already had 3, 4, 5 shots in the night, now they're praying to God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, I know I had 6 shots and now the cop is pulling me over. Now you're praying to God. See, you were out there being lovers of your own self and having all of this pleasure, and now you want God to stand up for you. You know, we read in the first one that when the wicked rise, God will destroy them. He is going to destroy him. And now you're sitting there praying at him after you just went through a full-blown pleasure fest and breaking his Sabbath day, because the Sabbath starts evening to evening. So let's continue on. Let's go to the book of Leviticus chapter 11 and verse 39.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 11 and verse 39. It reads, "And if any beast of which ye may eat die, he that toucheth the carcass thereof shall be unclean until the even."
See, go back and read this whole book. The book of Leviticus is very important. There is a lot of things you can eat, a lot of things you can eat. We went over some of them on milk lesson 1, but really go back and read Leviticus. It says, "And if any beast of which ye may eat die, he that toucheth the carcass thereof shall be unclean until the evening." Why are you going to be unclean until the evening? Because you're only unclean for that day. So if you are unclean, when the evening comes, it is a new day. You are clean till the next evening unless you touch something that died of itself. So anything that died of itself, it's unclean until the evening. So let's go to another one until the evening. Let's go to Leviticus 15 and 16.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 15 and verse 16. "And if any man's seed of copulation go out from him, then he shall wash all his flesh in water, and be unclean until the even."
Right. And it says, "And if any man's seed of copulation go out of him," so any of the sperm of the man comes out of him, "then he shall wash all his flesh in water and be unclean until the evening." You do this, you go take a shower, and then until the evening, you are clean. And if this happened on that evening, which is the beginning of the day, it's until the evening of the next night, which is that simple. doesn't, like they like to say, it doesn't take a rocket scientist. So let's go to another one until the evening. Let's go to Leviticus 15 and 19.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 15 and verse 19. And if a woman have an issue, and her issue in her flesh be blood, she shall be put apart 7 days, and whosoever toucheth her shall be unclean until the even.
Right. And if a woman have an issue, and her issue in her flesh be blood, she shall be put apart 7 days. Right. So when that woman's cycle comes along, she's going to be set apart 7 days, and whosoever toucheth her shall be unclean. So you touched her, you're going to be unclean until the evening. See, the Most High gives examples and examples, evening to evening, evening to evening. So evening to evening, 1 day, evening to evening, 2 days, evening to evening, 3 days. It is redundant and continue being redundant, because anything you read, the Most High is going to do it for it to go into your mind. We are the children of Israel. All of the Hebrew Israelites are the children of Israel. And when you have children, you have to tell them constantly, pick up your shoes, pick up your shoes, pick up your shoes, and pick up your shoes. Constantly, constantly. Pick up your clothes. Take a shower, take a shower, take a shower. Brush your teeth, brush your teeth. See, you've told them 100 times. You've told them 1,000 times. They know that every night before they go to sleep, they have to brush their teeth. But they're 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way up to 10, 11, and sometimes even teenagers. You still have to remind them to brush your teeth before you go to sleep. See, this is the Most High just doing the same thing and proving that we are the children of Israel, because it is continually shown to us evening to evening, until the evening, until the evening, until the evening. And the reason I'm saying it like this is that if anybody actually sees it that does follow the morning, makes it seem like, you know what, it makes completely sense. I don't know what I was thinking. It is evening to evening, evening to evening. So with all of this, there's always requirements. What is required on the Sabbath day? So we can teach our people what they actually have to do and what is required of them to actually do. So let's go to the book of Exodus, chapter 34 and verse 21.
The book of Exodus, chapter 34 and verse 21. 6 days thou shalt work, but on the seventh day thou shalt rest. In earing time and in harvest thou shalt rest.
Right. So no work, completely no work. So it says 6 days thou shalt work. All right. Like I was telling you, you're on that grind. You start Sunday or you start Monday up to Friday, but come Saturday, you rest. So 6 days shall work be done. But the seventh day, like we showed in the calendars, the seventh day is the Sabbath day. If you follow this calendar, you see that the seventh day is the Sabbath day. But on the seventh day, thou shalt rest. In earing time and in harvest, thou shalt rest. So this has to do with the crops. Now, again, go back and read into it. But we have many holidays. See, this the Most High God, righteous, knowing exactly. We have many feasts, many times that we get together, many times that you can barbecue. I mean, the whole Sabbath day is a feast. After the Sabbath day, you can sit there and barbecue evening to evening when the new day comes up. Is this so? We have
I
many
would
other.
make sure that's clear, not barbecuing on the Sabbath day, but afterwards,
Right.
because I know there's
That's
people
why I
teaching
said it.
now that you can fry fish, you can barbecue, you can
Because
cook
we
on the
have seen
Sabbath
it.
when don't teach that.
Right. We have seen it that it's done on like the Sabbath day or the Sabbath night. No. That's why I said from evening to evening. So you keep your Sabbath day on the evening, and then when the evening comes, then you can start. So you're sitting there waiting, you see that the darkness comes in, then you can barbecue after the Sabbath. You know what I mean? And we will get into the food in a little bit, but he is right to just clear it up that we are not teaching that you can barbecue on the Sabbath day. No, just to keep it clear. So let's continue. Let's go to Leviticus 23 and verse 3.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 23, and verse 3. 6 days shall work be done, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of rest and holy convocation. Ye shall do no work therein. It is the Sabbath of the Lord in all your dwellings.
So again, no work, no work, no work on that day. 6 days shall work be done, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of rest. See, again, repeating this from Exodus now into Leviticus, showing us that the Sabbath day is the rest. You rest on that day, and holy convocation. You shall do no work therein. It is the Sabbath of the Lord in all your dwellings. All your dwellings, wherever you live, and like we read before, your son, your daughters, your wife, or your parents that are living with you, no work, and they all rest on that day. You completely do no work on that day. So you go to your job, you let them know this is my belief, this is what I have to follow, and I need the Sabbath day off. And you make arrangements to pick up a different day. A lot of the bosses out there are willing to work with you because there's always that other coworker that doesn't come to work certain days, and those are the days you can pick up. You pick up days here, pick up days there, and you work with the boss and take the day off, take the Sabbath day off, and rest that day. It is that simple, right? For you to just take the day off. So what else is required of us in the Sabbath day? So now let's go into Exodus chapter 35 and verse 3.
The book of Exodus, chapter 35, and verse 3. Ye shall kindle no fire throughout your habitations upon the Sabbath day.
Right. So ye shall kindle no fire. So see, this helps clarify that, yeah, once the Sabbath is over and the evening starts, then you can have a barbecue after the Sabbath. But that is after. Ye shall kindle no fire. So you're not going to start that barbecue. You're not going to start the stove. You're not going to start off the microwave. And nowadays, you shall kindle no fire throughout your habitations upon the Sabbath day. So nothing heated up, nothing with fire, not going back to the Stone Age and grabbing some fire and turning the barbecue pit, not the barbecue, just the fire pit in the backyard, not doing none of that. Ye shall kindle no fire throughout your habitations upon the Sabbath day. No
Well, I have
fire
a
what?
question for you. Well,
Yes.
how do you know when it says you shall kindle no fire throughout your habitation that that's talking about cooking? Because I've heard that question be asked.
You heard that question be asked. You shall not kindle. That's we're gonna get into it in the lesson, but that's talking about turning any fire. And obviously when you're gonna cook, you're gonna turn on the fire off of the stove. Yeah, you're gonna turn on the fire. Otherwise, how are you gonna cook your food? Unless you have a magical way to cooking your food without fire. You know what I mean? No such way. So let's go to the book of Jeremiah, chapter 7 and verse 18.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 7, and verse 18. The children gather wood, and the fathers kindle the fire, and the women knead their dough to make cakes to the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out drink offerings unto other gods, that they may provoke me to anger.
Right. See, so the children gather wood. So they're gonna gather the wood, which would be in this day, you actually turning that stove on. The children gather wood, and the fathers kindle the fire. So kindling the fire that we read on Exodus 35 and 3 is kindling that fire, and the women knead the dough. So they're getting that dough ready to make cakes to the Queen of Heaven. Right. So they're gonna make these cakes. So kindling the fire is for that cooking. and to pour out drink offerings unto other gods, that they may provoke me to anger. So to see, cooking on the Sabbath day, so you're out there on have a business. Not only are you working on the Sabbath day, but you're kindling fire because you're cooking this food to serve it on the Sabbath day, and you're serving people and doing all of this for the cooking, and you're provoking the God, the Most High, into anger. So he gets mad when this is broken. So let's go to Exodus 16 and 23.
Just real quick on Jeremiah 7 and 18.
Mm-hmm.
This precept is a precept that goes with Exodus 35 and 3. Now, it's talking about what Israel was doing in their wickedness, that they were cooking and pouring out drink offerings to another god. That's what was really pissing the Most High off. But it also is being used to show and prove that when the Bible's talking about kindling a fire, that it's talking about cooking. So in Jeremiah 7 and 18, where it says the children gather wood and the fathers kindle the fire and the women knead their dough, the kindling of the fire, as he was saying, that's talking about cooking. And in Exodus 35 and 3, where it says, you shall kindle no fire throughout your habitations upon the Sabbath day, Jeremiah 7 and 18 clarifies to us that it's talking about cooking. So that's how we know when we read Exodus 35 and 3 that no, we are not supposed to be cooking on the Sabbath day,
Right.
because kindling a fire is known in Israel or through the scriptures, through the precepts, as cooking or being used to cook. All right, in that sense. But you want to go to Exodus 16:23?
Yep. Let's go to that one.
Okay. So the book of Exodus, chapter 16 and verse 23. And he said unto them, this is that which the Lord hath said. Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath unto the Lord. Bake that which you will bake today, and seed that you will seed, and that which remaineth over lay up for you to be kept until the morning.
Right. So he says, and he said unto them, this is that which the Lord has said. So the Lord said this, tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath unto the Lord. Bake that which you will bake today. So Friday afternoon, you're going to bake what you're going to eat for dinner that night, but you're also going to prepare what you're going to have for the Sabbath day, because the Sabbath day, you're not going to be able to kindle the fire like we just learned up above on Jeremiah and Exodus. It says that says tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath unto the Lord. Bake that which you will bake today, and seed that you will seed, and that which remaineth over lay up for you to keep until the morning. So whatever's left over, or whatever you prepared that Friday afternoon for you to eat for lunch or for breakfast lunch that next day, is what you're going to have, because you're not going to be able to kindle that fire. You're not going to be able to turn on that stove or turn on that barbecue for the Sabbath. So you're preparing yourself on that Friday afternoon before sundown to prepare to have food, what you're going to eat for the next day. But not only do you not work, not only do you not cook, but also you're not going to buy or sell. Like I was saying earlier, that you're out there turning on a barbecue and a fire for you to be able to sell to people on the Sabbath day, because that's what's going on nowadays. They decide, oh, we're going to go out and we're going to buy this, and you go out there and buy some food. Well, all of that is going against the Sabbath day and all that commandments. So you're not supposed to work, you're not supposed to cook, and you're not supposed to buy or sell on that day. So let's go to the book of Nehemiah, chapter 10 and verse 31.
The book of Nehemiah, chapter 10 and verse 31. And if the people of the land bring ware or any victuals on the Sabbath day to sell, that we would not buy it of them on the Sabbath or on the holy day, and that we would leave the seventh year and the exaction of every debt.
Right. So it says, and if the people of the land bring ware or any victuals, so anything that was being brought to them that was to be sold, it was for us to not to buy it on the Sabbath day. Same thing with today. Anything that's being sold. I mean, the Saturday comes and everybody wants to go to the mall. They want to go to the stores. They want to go and shopping. Go to the flea markets and sit there and buy. Not only are you not supposed to be there selling, but you're not supposed to be there also buying. So whatever they were bringing, the ware and the victuals, and I mean anything that was being brought on the Sabbath day to sell, that we would not buy it of them on the Sabbath or on the holy day, right? Or on any holy day of the Hebrew Israelites. We weren't supposed to buy it. And if you were a merchant that day, you're supposed to rest it, and you're not supposed to sell also on that day, respecting that day, respecting the Sabbath day. So no buying, no selling, no working, no cooking is one of the things that are required of Israel in the Sabbath day. So those are the things that you have to take note of and get understanding of what you're not supposed to be doing. So let's go to the book of Nehemiah, chapter 13, verse 15 and 22.
The book of Nehemiah, chapter 13, and verse 15. In those days saw I in Judah some treading wine presses on the Sabbath, and bringing in sheaves, and lading asses, as also wine, grapes, and figs, and all manner of burdens, which they brought into Jerusalem on the Sabbath day. And I testified against them in the day wherein they sold victuals. There dwelt men of Tyre also therein, which brought fish and all manner of ware, and sold on the Sabbath unto the children of Judah and in Jerusalem. Verse 17. Then I contended with the nobles of Judah, and said unto them, What evil thing is this that ye do, and profane the Sabbath day? Did not your fathers thus, and did not our God bring all this evil upon us and upon this city? Yet ye bring more wrath upon Israel by profaning the Sabbath. And it came to pass that when the gates of Jerusalem began to be dark before the Sabbath, I commanded that the gates should be shut, and charged that they should not be opened till after the Sabbath. And some of my servants set I at the gates, that there should no burden be brought in on the Sabbath day. So the merchants and sellers of all kind of ware lodged without Jerusalem once or twice. Then I testified against them, and said unto them, Why lodge ye about the wall? If ye do so again, I will lay hands on you. From that time forth came they no more on the Sabbath. And I commanded the Levites that they should cleanse themselves, and that they should come and keep the gates, to sanctify the Sabbath day. Remember me, O my God, concerning this also, and spare me according to the greatness of thy mercy.
Right. So it says, in those days saw I in Judah some treading wine presses. So wine presses to make the wine and you're not supposed to be doing that for your business. That's breaking the Sabbath on the Sabbath. And bringing in sheaves. So the sheaves are bundles of grain. So there were just bundles of grain that were being brought in, and landing asses, as also wine, grapes, and figs, and all manner of burdens. So all of these burdens are the things that were a burden that was being carried by the donkeys to be brought in to Judah for them to be able to buy it, of these burdens, which they brought into Jerusalem. So they would walk into Jerusalem with all of these bundles, with the grain, with the grapes, with the fruit. Like I said, anything that they wanted to make money on, they wanted to bring it on the Sabbath day. And he says, and I testified again against them in the day wherein they sold victuals, right? So he contended with them. So he testified against them. So he told them, testifying against them, told them, you're not supposed to be doing this. You're not supposed to be bringing this in on the Sabbath day. This is what we follow. This is our belief. This is our covenant, our contract with the Most High that we're not supposed to be doing. It says, there dwelt many of Tyre also therein, which brought fish. So they brought all of this fish on the Sabbath day. So they wanted to sell it quick so the fish wouldn't go bad. But we were not supposed to buy that fish on the Sabbath day, so they can understand not to bring it on the Sabbath day anymore. And all manner of ware. So ware are like pottery. So the ware that they brought was pottery, some specific pottery that they would bring in for them to be able to sell. So all manner of ware. So I'm guessing it would be like things to put water in, or things to probably cook in, right, for them to sell, and sold on the Sabbath unto the children of Judah and in Jerusalem. He says, then I contended with the nobles of Judah. So he went with the nobles of Judah to try to tell him, and said unto him, he said, what evil things? So this is an evil thing. What evil things is this that ye do? So this is an evil thing. So if you wake up Saturday morning and you decide, I'm going to go to the mall, you're doing an evil thing. You're doing an evil thing in the eyes of the Most High. What evil thing is this that ye do? And profane the Sabbath day. So you're profaning it. You're breaking the Sabbath day if you're actually doing it. It says, did not your fathers thus, and did not our God bring all this evil upon us? So when you're breaking his covenant, he's going to bring evil upon you. He's going to bring captivity on you, right? And it says, verse 19, and it came to pass that when the gates of Jerusalem began to be darkened before the Sabbath, I commanded that the gates should be shut. So he told them, you know what? The evening is coming, so the Sabbath is beginning, right? Shut the gates down, close them. Dude, the sun's going down, just close them down, shut them down. And charge that they should not be open till after the Sabbath. So they weren't going to be open till the next evening, the first day of the week, right? This is open till after the Sabbath. And some of my servants said, I at the gate. So he set up guards. He said, all right, you go over there, stand over there, make sure those gates do not get open until the Sabbath is over, right? And that there should no burden be brought in on the Sabbath day. So in this case, though, no burden is going to bring, like the donkeys carrying all of these sheaves, carrying all of these grapes, all of these figs, all of these things, bringing all of these burdens, right? So the merchants and the sellers of all kind of ware lodged without Jerusalem once or twice. So they lost it. They closed the gates. They weren't able to go in, so they lost their merchandise, especially like the fish and stuff, because it was going to go bad. They weren't able to sell it because he was closing the gates and he was putting guards so they wouldn't go in. He says, then I testified against them and said unto them, why lodged ye about the wall? So they were being wicked. These sellers, these merchants were being wicked. Now the gates are closed. They're on the other side, walking back and forth. And I'm pretty sure they were sitting there knocking, going, hey, let me in. Let me in. I want to go in. I need to sell these fish. They're going to go bad. If I don't go in, if you don't let me in, I'm not going to have good fish to be able to sell. They were just walking around in the other side of the wall to try to get into Jerusalem to be able to sell all of these things, right? So I'm going to read again. So then I testified again against them and said unto them, why lodge ye about the wall? If ye do so again, I will lay hands on you. So now by this time he's frustrated and he's tired. He's like, you know what? I'm going to have to fight you. If you keep doing this, you know how our people are. You know what? I'm done. I'm tired. I'm going to put my hands down and we're going to have to go at it now. If you're not going to listen to me and you're going to go away and not sell to my people on the Sabbath day, you know what I mean? I can almost imagine them like every syllable, clapping his hand. If you don't step away from that wall, I mean, bad things are going to happen to you. From that time forth came they no more on the Sabbath day. They realized, well, man, you know what? We're going to have to fight in order for me to sell this. I don't think I'm coming back. I'm not going to fight this dude for me to be able to sell this. It's not going to happen, right? It says, and I commanded the Levites that they should cleanse themselves and that they should come and keep the gate to sanctify the Sabbath day. Remember me, oh my God. So remember everything that he was doing. And you know what? Even now, remember what we're doing, how we're bringing these milk lessons out to our people, because we want our people to wake up. We want our people to be looked as righteous people. Right? Remember me, oh my God, concerning this also, and spare me according to thy greatness of thy mercy. We're all looking for that greatness and that great mercy of the Most High. We're doing this for him. We're doing this because we love our people, because we want our people to come back to the Sabbath day. We want them to enjoy and rest the Sabbath day and open up the book and get understanding of what the Most High wants us to do. And in this case, is for us to rest on the Sabbath day. So we're not supposed to do any work. We're not supposed to be cooking. We're not supposed to be buying or selling on the Sabbath day. And the next thing is we're not supposed to do anything of our pleasure. So let's get into the book of Isaiah, chapter 58, verse 13 and 14.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 58, and verse 13. If thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath, from doing thy pleasure on my holy day, and call the Sabbath a delight, the holy of the Lord, honorable, and shalt honor him, not doing thine own ways, nor finding thine own pleasure, nor speaking thine own words, then shalt thou delight thyself in the Lord, and I will cause thee to ride upon the high places of the earth, and feed thee with the heritage of Jacob thy father, for the mouth of the Lord hath spoken it.
Right. So it says, if thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath, what is turning thy foot away from the Sabbath? It's giving your back to what we are teaching, that the Hebrew Israelites, that all of these camps out here are out here teaching that you're supposed to keep the Sabbath, by turning your back on the book, by shutting your ears off, that you're hearing and understanding that you're supposed to be keeping the Sabbath day, but because your pastor, your church, your congregation, or your spiritual guru is telling you that you're not supposed to be doing that, or your atheist friend out there is telling you, is you turning your foot away from the Sabbath, from doing thy pleasure, on my holy day. So you're turning it away for you to have this pleasure. Like we said earlier, there is a reason why you want to follow morning to morning, because there's something happening Friday night, every single Friday night, and we all know what it is. We all know that all that clubbing, all of that stuff that people are doing on the Friday night, but that's doing your pleasure on my holy day, and call the Sabbath day a delight. So it is a delight. You're happy in the wrong kind of way that the Sabbath is here, because you get to get up in the morning and mow your lawn, wash your car, go to the mall, go out to eat, go spend your money. You're calling it delight in the wrong way. The holy of the Lord, honorable, and shall honor him. See, you're not doing that. You're calling it delight in the wrong kind of way. The delight is for you to wake up, be rested, open up your book, open up your Bible, and show your honor to the Most High. Not doing thy own ways, so not doing your own ways, nor finding thy own pleasure. You're not going to be out there finding your own pleasure, nor speaking thy own words. So speaking whatever you want to do out there, laughing and doing whatever you're doing with your friends, your son and your daughter in the mall, you're out there having brunch or other things with your friends. It's just a bad dynamic. It says, then shalt thou delight thyself in the Lord. So you're going to delight in yourself in the Lord by resting on that day with him, and will cause thee to ride upon the high places of the earth. But you're looking at the Hebrew Israelites, you're looking at the so-called blacks, Latinos, and Native Americans not riding in the high places, being in the slums, being in the ghettos, not knowing that, you know what, you got paid on Friday, but because you're calling the wrong thing the delight, you got paid on Friday, and by Saturday morning, your check is almost all gone. Now you don't know how you're going to pay your rent. But you're keeping the Sabbath day. He says you're going to be riding in high places of the earth and feed thee with the heritage of Jacob, thy father, for the mouth of the Lord has spoken. As he spoke it. But you're breaking this contract. Like I said, you go and lease a car or buy a car, you break the contract, and the tow truck is going to come by and pick up your car. So you break this contract, and all of these things that are being promised by the Most High, you're not going to get them. We don't know what it is to ride in the high places because we're breaking the Sabbath day. And when I say we don't know, I mean the whole nation within itself, because anybody can come with an exception, right? I'm talking about the whole nation, all of the children of Israel, the children of God, right? So no pleasure, to seek out your own pleasure. So let's go to Sirach 25 and verse 21.
The book of Sirach, chapter 25 and verse 21. Stumble not at the beauty of a woman, and desire her not for pleasure.
See, so stumble not at the beauty of woman, and desire her not for pleasure, because you're out there at the mall, you're out there shopping and all of that, and now you're out there looking at women. You're a teenager out there looking at the girls. A single guy out there just looking at the women for pleasure. And once you're doing this pleasure, you're breaking the Sabbath day. You're breaking the Lord's holy day. Just seeking out your own pleasure and looking at a woman for pleasure. So let's go to Genesis 18 and verse 12.
The book of Genesis, chapter 18 and verse 12. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, after I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord being old also?
See, so it says, therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, after I am waxed old. So she's already an old woman. Shall I have pleasure, my Lord being also old? See, so on the verse before that we read in Sirach, looking at a woman with pleasure, you're looking at her with lustful eyes. You're looking at her at a sexual way. So here, pleasure is having sex right here. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, after I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord also being old? So you can't be looking at these women lustfully and with pleasure. It doesn't matter if they're single. It doesn't matter if they're married. It doesn't matter if they're old. It doesn't matter. You can't be looking at them with pleasure, especially on the Sabbath day. So let's continue. Let's go to Proverbs 21.
Wait. Hold on. Don't leave it right there, because there are people that are teaching that we can have sex on the Sabbath day. And you just brought out two very important precepts showing and proving that no, we cannot
Right.
have any, be having laying down with our wives, laying down with no girlfriends, none of that on the
Right.
Sabbath day. So
Right.
let's clear this up real quick, because he's
All
telling
right.
us in Isaiah 58 and 13, that if we not find our own pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
And I've heard people say, well, if you can find me a precept that says that we're not supposed to have sex on the Sabbath day, then maybe I'll listen. Right here, what he just read in Genesis 18:12 is Sarah referring to sex as pleasure. She says in
Right.
Genesis 18:12, therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, after I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord being old also? So in other words, she's saying, after I'm an old woman, you telling me I'm going to be able to have sex and enjoy sex again? She's laughing at herself. She's like, yeah, right.
Right. Great point.
So in this precept, sex is being referred to as pleasure. Pleasure is being referred to as sex. So putting it into the context of Isaiah 58 and 13, that on the Sabbath day, we're not supposed to be finding our own pleasure. In other words, no, we're not supposed to be laying down with the woman and defiling, because remember, the moment your seed of copulation comes out of you, that makes you unclean until the evening. So if you lay down to your woman, your woman, that makes you unclean on the Sabbath day. You're defiling the Sabbath day. And we're not supposed to do that. So that's why in Sirach 25:21 brought out, stumble not at the beauty of a woman and desire her not for pleasure. We're not supposed to be doing that on the Sabbath day. So just wanted to make it crystal clear, because there's a lot of people that are teaching that on the Sabbath day. I think there's only one other camp that I've heard teach that no, we're not supposed to be having sex on the Sabbath day. But every other camp that I've heard have I've watched people in comments ask the questions, can we have sex on the Sabbath day? And they'll pull out precepts saying, yeah, we can, but we can't. Plain and simple, we cannot do it. All right. So where was it you wanted to go next?
Proverbs 21 and 17.
All right. So the book of Proverbs, chapter 21 and verse 17. He that loveth pleasure shall be a poor man. He that loveth wine and oil shall not be rich.
Right. So he that loveth pleasure shall be a poor man. Like I was saying, you're out there that Friday night, you're seeking out these women for pleasure, and you're spending all your money, you're spending all of your resources, you're spending it every single weekend going out there. And like I said, that's probably one of the reasons why morning to morning just tends to work out, because breaking the Sabbath and knowing that you're breaking the Sabbath, because the Sabbath is evening to evening, he that loveth wine and oil shall not be rich. It's one of those things that our people just can't control. Going out there for that beer, that alcohol, and just being overpowered, that it's more important than actually taking care of your family, more important than actually paying your rent, right? It says shall not be rich. You're not gonna be able to control your money, be able to bring your family up, pay for the things of your family, because you're constantly thinking about spending your money on your next bottle, on your next drunkenness and stuff. You're not going to prosper doing that, seeking your own pleasure. So let's continue with pleasure. Let's go to the book of Sirach 19 and 5.
So the book of Sirach, chapter 19 and verse 5 says, whoso taketh pleasure in wickedness shall be condemned, but he that resisteth pleasures crowneth his life.
Right. So this is seeking your own salvation, understanding that if you're going to sit here and listen and actually follow the commandments and follow the Sabbath and keeping the Sabbath day, whoso taketh pleasure in wickedness shall be condemned. It is wickedness for you to be out there working. It is wickedness for you to be selling. It is wickedness for you to be breaking the Sabbath. It is wickedness for you to be out there having pleasure, like he explained it a little bit ago. But he that resisted pleasure crowneth his life. See, everybody that is sick, everybody that's getting ready, and it's a sad thing, is getting ready to die very sick, always wants to look up and go to heaven. But when in life, in your wellness, in your health, that we're out here showing you how to get away from wickedness, it goes in one ear and out the other. You don't want to listen. You don't want to pay attention. So in that wickedness, you don't want to listen. But then the person is gone, and all of a sudden he was a good person and he's going to heaven, and everybody seems like he's in a better place. You don't know that. He could have been out here listening that he's not supposed to be doing all of these things on the Sabbath day, had a chance to repent, and wouldn't do it. I repented from breaking the Sabbath, and I know I broke the Sabbath a couple of times and realized that, you know what, I can't be doing this, and I'm not going to break the Sabbath, and repent and turn around and be able to keep the Sabbath day. Get away from that wickedness. That's why we're bringing out these lessons out for our people, showing them and talking to them so they can change and we can actually get out of here. But if we're not going to listen and we're going to be separated within our own selves, we're not going nowhere. So let's go to Isaiah 56 and verse 2.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 56 and verse 2. Blessed is the man that doeth this, and the son of man that layeth hold on it, that keepeth the Sabbath from polluting it, and keepeth his hand from doing any evil.
Right. Blessed is the man that doeth this. So you're going to be blessed when you do this. And the son of man that lay hold on it. So you take on it and you make it a routine. You make it a cycle that keepeth the Sabbath. So by keeping the Sabbath from polluting it, you're not going to pollute it by buying, selling, working, or doing your own pleasure, and keep it his hands from doing any evil. So if you're doing any of those things every single Sabbath, whether you want to listen or not, you are doing an evil thing. And keep it his hand from doing any evil. So you are keeping yourself away from evil. But if you're not going to listen, you're not going to hearken, then know that you are in wickedness and know that you are doing evil, right? So you have to keep the Sabbath. So the children of Israel were told to keep the Sabbath day and to keep that day holy. So let's go to the book of Jeremiah, chapter 17, 19 through 27.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 17 and verse 19. It reads, Thus said the Lord unto me, Go and stand in the gate of the children of the people, whereby the kings of Judah come in, and by the which they go out, and in all the gates of Jerusalem, and say unto them, Hear ye the word of the Lord, ye kings of Judah, and all Judah, and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem, that enter in by these gates. Thus saith the Lord, Take heed to yourselves, and bear no burden on the Sabbath day, nor bring it in by the gates of Jerusalem. Neither carry forth a burden out of your houses on the Sabbath day. Neither do ye any work, but hallow ye the Sabbath day, as I commanded your fathers. But they obeyed not, neither inclined their ear, but made their necks stiff, that they might not hear nor receive instruction. And it shall come to pass, if ye diligently hearken unto me, saith the Lord, to bring in no burden through the gates of this city on the Sabbath day, but hallow the Sabbath day, to do no work therein. Then shall there enter into the gates of this city kings and princes sitting upon the throne of David, riding in chariots and on horses, they and their princes, the men of Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. And this city shall remain forever. And they shall come from the cities of Judah, and from the places about Jerusalem, and from the land of Benjamin, and from the plain, and from the mountains, and from the south, bringing burnt offerings and sacrifices, and meat offerings and incense, and bringing sacrifices of praise unto the house of the Lord. Verse 27, But if ye will not hearken unto me to hallow the Sabbath day, and not to bear a burden, even entering in at the gates of Jerusalem on the Sabbath day, then will I kindle a fire in the gates thereof, and it shall devour the palaces of Jerusalem, and it shall not be quenched.
Right. It says, Thus said the Lord unto me, Go and stand in the gates of the children of the people, whereby the king of Judah come in, and by the which they go out, and in all the gates of Jerusalem. So they were going to stand there and say unto them, hear ye the word of the Lord, ye kings of Judah, and all Judah and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem that enter by the gate. So they're standing there where the gates, where everybody comes in and out. Thus said the Lord, take heed to yourselves and bear no burdens on the Sabbath day, nor bring it in by the gates of Jerusalem. So none of these burdens, like we read on the last verse, where you have the donkeys coming in with all of these burdens, all of these carrying, where they carry the fruits, the vegetables, the sheaves, the barley, everything that they were bringing in for the Sabbath day, they're not supposed to bring in when the gates. It says, thus said the Lord, take heed to yourselves and bear no burdens on the Sabbath day. So don't have all of these things that you carry that you were typically sell, trade, or whatever you were doing, working, selling, cooking, or doing all of these things. Don't bring those things into Jerusalem, nor bring it in by the gates of Jerusalem. It says, neither carry forth a burden. So don't carry this burden out of your houses on the Sabbath day. So if you're prepping yourself to go and sell on the Sabbath day and carrying this stuff out of your house, or you have your donkey and you're putting all of these burdens on your donkey to carry out of your house on the Sabbath day, neither do any work, but allow ye the Sabbath day as I command your father. So you're supposed to keep that day like he showed our fathers, right? He showed them, and we're supposed to follow that. But it says, but they obey not. So our fathers did not obey. They didn't listen. They didn't care. They didn't want to know what was going on. Verse 24, it says, and it shall come to pass, if ye diligently hearken unto me. So if you're going to listen to me, the Most High is saying, if you're going to listen to me, saith the Lord, to bring in no burdens through the gates of the city on the Sabbath day. So on Saturday, you're not going to bring anything into Jerusalem, like we read in Nehemiah, that the gates were closed, that the people were told, if you continue coming, that he was going to put hands on them, that he was going to fight them. He's telling them, if you listen and you stop doing this, he says, but hallow the Sabbath day to do no work therein. So for you to make sure that you don't do any work, he goes, then shall there enter into the gates of the city kings. So see, there's going to be kings and princes sitting upon thrones of David, riding in chariots and on horses. So they're going to have all of this. But if you don't listen, he's going to punish. He's going to send you into punishment with into other people. But he said that you will be riding in chariots and horses, they and their princes, the men of Judah and their inhabitants of Jerusalem, and this city shall remain forever. So the city was going to remain forever if, see, stipulation, if you follow the Sabbath day, because you know that they were being stubborn, like we read above, that the fathers did not want to listen. They were stiff-necked. Verse 26, and there shall come from the cities of Judah and from the places about Jerusalem and from the land of Benjamin and from the plains and from the mountains and from the south, bringing burnt offerings. So they were going to bring all of these burnt offerings and sacrifices and meat offerings and incense and bring sacrifices of praise unto the house of the Lord. All of this was going to be brought into the house of the Lord if you sanctify the Sabbath day. But if you will not hearken, so you're not going to listen unto me to hallow the Sabbath day and to not bear a burden, even entering in at the gates of Jerusalem on the Sabbath day, then will I kindle a fire in thy gates thereof, and it shall devour the place of Jerusalem, and it shall not be quenched. So he's going to be angry. He's going to destroy you. He's going to come against you if you're breaking the Sabbath day, if you're bringing all of these burdens into the city and not listening to following the Sabbath day, right? Um, can we read the definition of burdens?
Yeah, let me open it up. Give me a second.
Right. So it says, and it shall devour the places of Jerusalem, and it shall not be quenched. So his anger is not going to be quenched.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So the word burden, noun, definition one, something that is carried, a load, a duty, responsibility, something oppressive or worrisome, such as a heavy burden of guilt. Definition 3a, the bearing of a load, usually used in the phrase beast of burden. 3b, capacity for carrying cargo. Um, Let me see, used as a verb. Load, oppress. Second definition with the noun, a central topic, a chorus, refrain, a bass or accompanying part. So I would say the definition that we're looking for is going back up to the first one of 1A, something that is carried, a load. And then the other one would be 2, something oppressive or worrisome, if you want to use it in that sense also.
Right.
All right.
Right. So with that definition, so the burdens is bringing all of the things, the victuals that we're bringing in to sell into the city of Jerusalem, bringing the burdens, carrying with their donkeys, or you carrying out stuff out of your house for you to be able to sell. Other one, burdens would be worries, thinking about work, worried about what's going on in your life, just bringing all kinds of problems into the city that are not needed to be there because of the Sabbath, keeping the Sabbath holy. So don't not bringing worries or bringing problems into the Sabbath. You're there to worship. You're there to read your Bible. You're there to rest. You're there, and what I mean there is you're there on the Sabbath day for you to enjoy the Sabbath day the way that God wanted us to enjoy the Sabbath day, right? So we're not supposed to carry any burden. So let's go to an example of carrying burdens with you. Let's go to the book of Numbers 15 and 32.
The book of Numbers, chapter 15 and verse 32. It reads, and while the children of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man that gathered sticks upon the Sabbath day. And they that found him gathering sticks brought him unto Moses and Aaron and unto all the congregation. And they put him in ward, because it was not declared what should be done to him. And the Lord said unto Moses, the man shall be surely put to death. All the congregation shall stone him with stones without the camp. And all the congregation brought him without the camp and stoned him with stones. And he died as the Lord commanded Moses.
Right. So it says, and while the children of Israel were in the wilderness, right after coming out of Egypt, they found a man that gathered sticks upon the Sabbath day. So he was picking up all of these sticks, all of this wood. And they that found him gathering sticks brought him unto Moses and Aaron and unto all the congregation. So he got brought in because of what he was doing. And it says, and they put him in work because it was not declared what should be done unto him. So they didn't understand what was going to happen because he was going out there picking up sticks on the Sabbath day. And the Lord said unto Moses, the man shall be surely put to death. All the congregation shall stone him with stones without the camp. Right? So the congregation was going to stone him because he was picking up these stones, because he was already told that there is no work done on the Sabbath day. And all the congregation brought him without the camp and stoned him with stones, and he died as the Lord commanded. So the Lord commanded for him to be stoned. So that's an example of what was going on back in that day, that he was out there working, picking up this wood to kindle a fire, and that was just completely a no. So he got stoned and completely got killed dead. Yeah, so he was an example of what you're not supposed to be doing on the Sabbath day, because that could have happened to you. That if you were sitting there breaking the Sabbath, you could have died for it. You could have died for breaking the Sabbath. And at this moment, we are bringing our people back into actually respecting and following and keeping the Sabbath day. So let's see some of the things that the Levites, the priests, were doing in the Sabbath day for the congregation of Israel. So let's go into the book of Numbers, chapter 28 and verse 9 to 10.
The book of Numbers, chapter 28 and verse 9. And on the Sabbath day, 2 lambs of the first year without spot, and 2/10 deals of flour for a meat offering, mingled with oil, and the drink offering thereof. This is the burnt offering of every Sabbath, beside the continual burnt offering and his drink offering.
So this is the office of the Levites, of the priesthood. This is what they were supposed to do. And this is only for the Levites. This wasn't for the children of Israel or anybody else to just show up and be doing this. This was the charge that was given to the Levites. And this is what they were supposed to be doing on the Sabbath day. It says, and on the Sabbath day, 2 lambs of the first year without spot, and 2/10 deals of flour for a meat offering, mingled with oil, and the drink offering thereof. So this was done on the Sabbath day through the Levites, the priests. This is the burnt offering of every Sabbath, besides the continual burnt offering and his drink offering. So they continue doing these offerings and sanctifying and praising the Most High by doing the charge of their office. The Levites is what they were supposed to be doing on the Sabbath day. So the Levites had all of these charges. So now let's go to Leviticus 24 and 5 to 9.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 24 and verse 5. And thou shalt take fine flour, and bake 12 cakes thereof. 2/10 deals shall be in 1 cake, and thou shalt set them in 2 rows, 6 on a row upon the pure table before the Lord. And thou shalt put pure frankincense upon each row, that it may be on the bread for a memorial, even an offering made by fire unto the Lord. Every Sabbath he shall set it in order before the Lord continually, being taken from the children of Israel by an everlasting covenant. And it shall be Aaron's and his sons, and they shall eat it in the holy place, for it is most holy unto him of the offerings of the Lord made by fire by a perpetual statute.
Right. It says, and thou shalt take fine flour. So this is what the Levites were supposed to be taking, and bake 12 cakes thereof. 2/10 deals shall be in 1 cake. So they were doing this with the fine flour, and thou shalt set them in 2 rows, 6 on a row, upon the pure table before the Lord. So they were doing this before the Lord, which is the charge that was given to them for them to be doing. And thou shalt put pure frankincense upon each row, that it may be on the bread for a memorial, even an offering made by fire unto the Lord. So they were making this offering unto the Lord on the Sabbath day, because that's what they were supposed to be doing. If anybody else decided to go out there and do this, they were going to get stoned, like the guy that was picking up the sticks. It says, every Sabbath he shall set in order before the Lord continually. So they had a sequence they needed to follow and continually do it on the Sabbath day, being taken from the children of Israel by an everlasting covenant. So the children of Israel provided these things to the Levites. It says, and it shall be Aaron's and his sons. So Aaron and his sons, and they shall eat it in the holy place. So they were allowed to eat this in the holy place because it was the charge that the Most High gave to the Levites. For it is most holy unto him of the offering of the Lord. So this is holy unto the Lord, made by fire by a perpetual statute. So they had to do this, being the priest of the Most High, being the Levites, the sons of Aaron, right? So the Lord basically spoke this onto Moses and Aaron for them to actually have this charge. So let's go to the book of Numbers, chapter 4, verse 1 and 7.
The book of Numbers, chapter 4 and verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, Take the sum of the sons of Kohath from among the sons of Levi, after their families, by the house of their fathers, from 30 years old and upward, even until 50 years old, all that enter into the host to do the work in the tabernacle of the congregation. Verse 4. This shall be the service of the sons of Kohath in the tabernacle of the congregation about the most holy things. And when the camp setteth forward, Aaron shall come, and his sons, and they shall take down the covering veil, and cover the ark of testimony with it, and shall put thereon the covering of badger skins, and shall spread over it a cloth wholly of blue, and shall put in the staves thereof. And upon the table of showbread they shall spread a cloth of blue, and put thereon the dishes and the spoons and the bowls and covers to cover withal, and the continual bread shall be thereon.
Right. So Kohath was chosen for the showbread. It says, and the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, Take the sum of the sons of Kohath from among the sons of Levi. So they still came from Levi after their families by the house of their fathers, from the 30-year-old and upward, even unto 50. So from 30 all the way up to 50 years old, they were chosen, all that enter into the host to do the work of the tabernacle of the congregation. So they were doing the works, the sequence of the congregation that they needed to do. This shall be the service of the sons of Kohath. So the service of Kohath in the tabernacles of the congregation about the most holy thing. And when the camp set it forward, Aaron shall come and his sons, and they shall take down the covering veil and cover the ark of the testimony with it. So when they were in the wilderness and they were getting ready to move, they were in charge of taking everything down and preparing it to be able to continue and move. And shall put thereon the covering of badger skins, and shall spread over it a cloth wholly of blue, and shall put it in the staffs thereof. So they took all of these coverings, they cover them to prepare them for them to be able to move. And upon the table of the showbread, so on the table of the showbread that Kohath and his sons were in charge of, they shall spread a cloth of blue, and put thereon the dishes and the spoons and the bowls. Everything was separated. Everything had a sequence and a way that it needed to be put away, and cover the covers withal, and the continual bread shall be thereon. So the bread was in there, was prepared, everything was covered, everything was put together for them to continue moving in the wilderness before they got to the next spot, and they actually set it back up so they can do the offerings on the Sabbath day. That was the charge that Kohath had with the showbread, and let's read that on First Chronicles 9:32.
The book of First Chronicles, chapter 9 and verse 32. It says, And other of their brethren of the sons of the Kohathites were over the showbread to prepare it every Sabbath.
So that's what their charge was. They needed to do this on the Sabbath day. So just like the children of Israel had things to do on the Sabbath day, like not work, right? They needed to not work. They needed not to sell or buy. They needed not to have their pleasure and all of that. The Levites had the things that they needed to take care of on the Sabbath day. And one of the things says, and the other of their brethren of the sons of the Kohathites were over the showbread. So they were over the showbread to prepare it every Sabbath. So every Sabbath, they needed to prepare that bread. That's what they needed to do. And this is part of the duties, the things that the priest needed to do, right? So in order for you to understand, just go back and read the whole chapter. Go back and read the book, and read and understand what the priests were in charge, what their office was, what they were given for them to do, and what they needed to prepare on every single Sabbath. Go and read it. Read the whole thing. I mean, like I said, the verses that we're giving you, the precepts that we're giving you, go back and read them, and go and read the beginning of the chapter. Get understanding, understand where it's coming from. Don't just take our word for it. Learn from what we're teaching, but also go back and do your own reading. Also go get the understanding of what the class is about and what needs to be understood. In this case, is following the Sabbath day and what the priest's duties were, right? So let's go to First Chronicles chapter 23, 27 to 32.
The book of First Chronicles, chapter 23 and verse 27. For by the last words of David, the Levites were numbered from 20 years old and above, because their office was to wait on the sons of Aaron for the service of the house of the Lord, in the courts and in the chambers, and in the purifying of all holy things, and the work of the service of the house of God, both for the showbread, and for the fine flour for meat offering, and for the unleavened cakes, and for that which is baked in the pan, and for that which is fried, and for all manner of measure and size, and to stand every morning to thank and praise the Lord, and likewise at even, and to offer all burnt sacrifices unto the Lord in the Sabbaths, in the new moons, and on the set feasts by number, according to the order commanded unto them, continually before the Lord. And they that should keep the charge of the tabernacle of the congregation, and the charge of the holy place, and the charge of the sons of Aaron, their brethren, in the service of the house of the Lord.
Right. So this is the charge, everything that they needed to take care of. For by the last words of David, the Levites were numbered from 20 years old and above. So once they were 20 years old and above, it says because their office was to wait on the sons of Aaron for the service of the house of the Lord. So they were all there helping each other. Each one had their own task. Each one had their own spot, and working in sequence for them to execute a full successful Sabbath in the courts, right? So they needed to, some of them needed to be in the courts, in the chambers, right? They needed to be in there, and in the purifying of all the holy things. Some of them needed to be there in the purifying of all the holy things, and the works of the service of the house of God. So all of them were there for the works of the service of God, both the showbread, right? Showbread, and for the fine flour for meat offering. So all of that needed to be prepared. So all of them had to have their own thing, what they were doing. And for the unleavened cakes, and for that which is baked in the pans, and for that which is fried, and for all manner of measuring and sizes. So that measuring it, sizing it, separating it, preparing it, all of this, the to help the sons of Aaron's, the Levites, right? For all of the things that needed to be prepared. Also, and to stand every morning, so standing there every morning to thank and praise the Lord. Some of the things we want to encourage our people to wake up in the morning and praise the Lord. I don't know how many people actually wake up in the morning and praise the Lord, right? And likewise at the evening, like I said, at the end of the day, you were able to finish a successful day. You were able to have a successful Sabbath. You were able to have a successful week. You got to be thankful in the evening to the Most High when you get home. How many people have not died on a crash, on an accident coming back home from work? But you're giving thanks to the Most High, allowing you to have a successful working day and be able to make it home. See, those are the things that people really don't think about nowadays, especially nowadays when they're going more and more thinking that atheism is the way to go, not knowing in reality how grateful you're supposed to be to the Most High, right? And to offer all burnt sacrifices unto the Lord in the Sabbath day. So all of these burnt offerings needed to be offered to the Most High, right? In the new moons and on the set feast, the feast also needed to be prepared by number according to the other commandment unto them, continually before the Lord. So this was done before the Lord every single Sabbath and on the holidays. And that they should keep the charge of the tabernacles, right? Again, the charge of what they're supposed to be doing in the tabernacles of the congregation, and the charge of the holy place, and the charge of the sons of Aaron, their brethren, right? So their brethren of what they're doing in the service of the house of the Lord. If you ever seen uh one of those shows where they're doing like extreme restaurant and all of that, you see that you got the main chef, he's prepping stuff, you got somebody else prepping something else, and they're running back and forth, give me this, do that, we got to prep this, we got to prep that. See, that's what they had to do. They had to, just to give an analogy of what they were doing, how they had to move to prep this, to prep that, so they can have a successful Sabbath and also have a successful feast of the Lord, for them to prep everything. Because if there's not a sequence and who is in charge of what, then everything is out of order and nothing is going to get done. Or if it gets done, it might even get done the wrong way, right? So these are the the charges and the way that the priest and the Levites are supposed to be conducting themselves on the Sabbath day and on the feast. So let's continue and go to Second Chronicles chapter 2, 3-5.
The book of Second Chronicles, chapter 2, and verse 3. It says, "And Solomon sent to Huram, the king of Tyre, saying, As thou didst deal with David my father, and didst send him cedars to build him an house to dwell therein, even so deal with me. Behold, I build an house to the name of the Lord my God, to dedicate it to him, and to burn before him sweet incense, and for the continual showbread, and for the burnt offerings morning and evening, on the Sabbaths, and on the new moons, and on the solemn feasts of the Lord our God. This is an ordinance forever to Israel. And the house which I build is great, for great is our God above all gods."
Right. It says, and Solomon sent to Haran the king. So he sent someone out there to this king of Tyre, saying, as thou didst deal with David my father. So this king Tyre had already dealt with his father David, and did send him cedar to build his house to dwell therein, even so deal with me. So he's telling him, you know what? You've already dealt with my father. I'm comfortable with the dealing you had with my father. So let's go ahead and deal and sell me cedar, sell me wood for me. He needed this wood because it says, behold, I build a house to the name of the Lord my God, to dedicate it to him. So he was building the house of the Lord. So he needed these materials to be sent to him by this king of Tyre, and to burn before him sweet incense. So he's telling them, once this house is built, this is what it's going to be used, which is the house of the Lord, and to burn before him sweet incense, the charge of the Levites, right? What they needed to do, and for the continual showbread, the showbread in the house of the Most High, and for the burnt offerings morning and evening on the Sabbath, right? So this needed to be done on the Sabbath and on the new moons and on the solemn feast of the Lord our God. This is an ordinance forever for Israel. So Israel needed to do this continually. So he was building this so Israel could have somewhere to do all of these offerings, these Sabbaths and the showbread and everything that needed to be done that is within the charge of the Levites. And the house which I built is great, for great is our God above all gods. So he's letting even the other nations, you know what? Great is our God even above all other gods. So it doesn't matter what other God is out there, the God of the children of Israel, the God of the Hebrews, he is greater than anything out there, than any of the gods out there, right? So this is part of the Sabbath of what the offerings and that the Levites needed to do. So let's continue into the book of Nehemiah, chapter 10, verse 32-34.
The book of Nehemiah, chapter 10, in verse 32 through 34. Verse 32 says, "Also we made ordinances for us to charge ourselves yearly with the third part of a shekel for the service of the house of our God, for the showbread, and for the continual meat offering, and for the continual burnt offering, of the Sabbaths, of the new moons, for the set feasts, and for the holy things, and for the sin offerings, to make an atonement for Israel, and for all the work of the house of our God. And we cast the lots among the priests, the Levites, and the people for the wood offering, to bring it into the house of our God, after the houses of our fathers, at times appointed year by year, to burn upon the altar of the Lord our God, as it is written in the law.
See, all of this was written in the law. That's why we say, go back and read it, go back to the Old Testament, read the books, understand. And a lot of these lessons are going to become clear to you. It says also, we made ordinance for us to charge ourselves yearly with a third part of the shekels for the service of the house of God. So they were doing their own thing because they needed to continue the service of God, of the offerings that they needed to offer for the showbread, right? So they needed to bring the showbread for the continual meat offering, so the offering that was offered in the house of God, and for the continual burnt offering of the Sabbath, right? Of the new moon. So all of these offerings weren't only done on the Sabbath day, but they were also in the new moons for the set of feasts. So on the feast days, these offerings were also done, and for the holy things, and for the sin offering to make an atonement for Israel. So they had all of these offerings, and they also had the offerings for the sin offerings for Israel, on top of everything else that they were doing, and for all the work of the house of our God. And we cast the lots among the priests, the Levites, and the people for the wood offering, to bring it into the house of our God, after the house of our fathers at times appointed. So at a times appointed, they needed to bring this wood in for them to be able to do these offerings year by year, to burn upon the altar of the Lord our God, as it is written in the law. So all of this is written in the law. All of this is to be followed, and for you to understand and go back and just read the books. I'm pretty sure that if you've already finished all of the New Testament, now you got time to actually go back to the law. You got time to actually understand and get understanding back at the law, right? So that was the charge of the Levites, and all of that was set up in the law, right? So let's go back. We've already read Psalms 92, 1-15. Let's go back and read that psalm again.
Yeah, real quick before moving on,
But
I think I want to show them what it's talking about. When it's saying about all the continual burnt offerings and everything like that, for the Sabbaths, for the new moons, and for the set feasts and all of that. One of the problems that we've seen in Israel when it comes to the new moon, you have some people following the full moon, some people following the dark moon, the crescent moon, um, some people following what they call the lunar Sabbath. There's a problem with all of them. And if you pay attention to the majority of the camps, I would say probably about 95% of them, because so far there's been only a couple of camps that we've been able to find and see that are actually following the Enoch calendar. And actually, there's even fewer that are actually following it the way that it's supposed to be followed, because the Most High's feasts are set. They're set in their seasons, and they're set on their days. These are not feasts that one year that's supposed to come in on a so-called Wednesday, because we know we didn't use those terms in the calendar.
right,
And then another year it's going to come in on a Friday, and the following year come in on a Saturday, like you do with Esau's holidays, like Christmas and so on. That's not how the calendar was set up. The calendar is set. The Sabbath days are set. The feast days, especially the main feast days, like uh, Passover, Feast of Tabernacles, Feast of Dedication. are all set in their days and in their seasons. I'm not going to get too much into it right now, but I'm just going to show you real quick how it's set on the calendar and how the calendar flows from one year to the other without any problems, without any, because what you're going to find when you look at people that are following the new moons, as we will show, we have lessons that we're going to go through that will make it clear how the calendar works. It's a long process. I'm not going to go through it right now. I'm just going to show you a brief show you briefly what the calendar somewhat looks like. Is that like an outline of the calendar? But when you follow the calendar the way it's supposed to, you're not going to have to be adding a 13th month to the calendar. Okay. When you look at all the camps that are following, it doesn't matter if they're following the dark moon, if they're following the crescent moon, or if they're following the I said dark moon already, full moon, crescent moon, or dark moon. It doesn't matter which one they're following. Every single one of them are adding a 13th month to the calendar, even the ones that are being slick and trying to hide it from their congregants. They just put out their calendars every year and add the 13th month without telling their congregants that they're adding the 13th month, because the congregants aren't going to go back and study and look and say, oh, wait, you added a 13th month again. At one point, the 13th month was being added in the third year. So every 2 years going into that third year, they would add that third month. I mean, that 13th month, because what you find when you're following the moon is that every year the days fall behind by 10 days on the calendar. And by the third year, you will be 30 days or about a month behind on your calendar. So that in that third year, you have to add a 13th month to the calendar in order to bring the calendar back into the proper seasons, or the high holy days back into their proper seasons. We were warned against that. And we're not the only ones that have read the book of Enoch and read the calendar. Some of the people that are following the moon have read the book of Enoch also, and they know that what they're doing is not biblical. They know that by adding that 13th month to their calendar, that they are not following the high holy days the way that we're supposed to. But they're doing it. Why? Because, oh, well, that's the way, the early, fathers from, back in the days of, the one West camps, they've been doing it this way, and this is the way we've been doing it. So we're going to keep doing it. Like, why are you going to keep doing something that is being proven as false? Why would you keep doing that? It doesn't make sense. But give me a second real quick. Share. Just to give you an idea of how this is working, or how it works. Oh man, I think this thing froze. Oh, there we go. Can you see it, Ezra?
Yeah.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. So what this is from 2020. This is just an outline. All right. This is just an outline. So this isn't how we actually, put the calendar out. So in March, when you look, you can see that the days begin on the fourth day when the sun, the moon, and the stars were created in creation. We're not going to go too much into it right now. Like I said, we have a whole lesson where we go through and we break it all down by day, by week, by month, by year, so you get a full understanding of how this calendar works. So the sun, the moon, and the stars were created on the fourth day of the calendar week. What you read about in Genesis is the creation of the calendar week, which is day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, and day 7. The sun and the moon were created on what? The fourth day, which was actually the third day of at evening or at even, which would make the fourth day, which is today we call Wednesday, or the fourth day, if you can see that. So then what happens from that point is that on the fourth day, with the creation of the sun and the moon and the stars, was what? The beginning of the months and the years is completely separate. It's not a lunar calendar like some camps are following, where your Sabbath day is constantly changing throughout the month or the weeks because you're following the moon. So basically, like today, you're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and one day your Sabbath will fall on the next Wednesday, and so on. Um, there's no way that could happen, because when you're following the moon, some days there's going to be 29 days in the month. Some days there may be 30 days in the month, which throws it off, which means that your Sabbaths are going to be constantly changing. That's not how the Most High set up the calendar. The calendar is set. His seasons are set. His high holy days are set, such as when you get, this is the first day of what? Of the calendar year. On that fourth day of the week is when it starts. The 14th day is when what? The day of the Passover lamb is to be killed, and that Wednesday is the day of the Passover. So from this day, as you go through the calendar, it stays in its set season. When you get down to the Feast of Tabernacles, you will find, oh, wow, the Feast of Tabernacles also falls on that set day, which is what? At evening, right here on what would be called the Tuesday, or at evening, the beginning of the fourth day, the Feast of Trumpets or the Feast of Tabernacles begins. And it stays there. It does not move. When you keep going down, you find the same thing with what? Oh, wow, the Feast of Dedication. The same thing. It begins when? On that fourth day of the week, Wednesday. They stay set. They don't move. The calendar stays set all the way until you come back to March again. And what a coincidence. What happens? The Passover begins again in the same, because this is the beginning of the year, and you follow it to the 14th day, which would be right here. And the Passover would begin again right here in its set day, its set season, at its set time. As he just read, when we go back again, I'll show you what he just read is that these high holy days are set holy days. They don't move around, but you have people following these or following the moon, in which their high holy days are constantly moving, just like Christmas moves, just like Halloween moves, or all of Esau's other holidays. That's not how the Most High set his calendar up for his holy days to be moving around. Remember, the Most High believes in order. Everything is in its set order. And like I said, I just want to give you a brief glimpse of it. And going back, you can see that the Sabbath days are set. The Sabbath days are set, they don't change. All right. So that's just like I said, it's just an outline, a glimpse. When we start getting closer to Passover, we will bring the calendar out in detail and how to follow the calendar and how the calendar was put together by the Most High. We didn't put it together. We're simply following what is written in the precepts, in the scriptures, and following what is written in the books. Because people say that the book of Enoch is not part of the Bible. How can you say that when the book of Enoch is being quoted in the Bible? So just to give you a little bit of glimpse of that, and as he's going through with the Sabbath days are what? The Sabbath days are set. The high holy days are set in their days, in their times, in their seasons, and it doesn't change. And if you're following it the way you're supposed to, you don't have to add a 13th month to the calendar at all, because the high holy days fall in their set times and set seasons without fail. And we've been following it now. We're going, this is what, 3 years now, and we haven't had any issues at all with our calendar. All right. And another thing that you will find that we'll show you is that when it deals with Christ's death, burial, and resurrection, we'll go over that also, that it falls right in line with the Enoch calendar, showing that Christ died just like the Passover lamb will be killed on the 14th day. And Christ rose up on the Sabbath day, 3 days and 3 nights. We can prove it out of the scriptures that when Mary went to the sepulcher on the first day of the week at even, you got to read all of the accounts of it, that she went to the sepulcher when it was still dark on the Sabbath day, and Christ was already gone because he had rose up on the Sabbath day. No, he didn't rise up on Sunday, and he did not rise up on Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday, that some camps that are following the Enoch calendar are following, because some of them are starting the calendar on the Sabbath day, which is incorrect. There is no way you can start the calendar on the Sabbath day and have it repeating itself yearly starting on the Sabbath day and saying that Christ died on the Passover, which was on the Sabbath day, and rose up on Tuesday. There is no way that happened. And we will prove it. Like I said, as we get closer to the Passover and we start bringing out the calendar and start going into the death, burial, and resurrection of Christ, it will become crystal clear that they were following the Enoch calendar, and that Christ, being the Passover lamb, died exactly the same way the Passover lamb would have died on the 14th day of the month. Like I said, we'll prove it from the precepts, from the scriptures. Don't take our word for it, but it's going to take us time to get there to bring this out. I just wanted to give a little of introduction, you may say, of it and how the calendar works, so that you can understand where we're coming from and what we're following. We are following the Enoch calendar, and we are following the Sabbath the way the Sabbath is supposed to be followed. This is not our words. This is not, and I can tell you that some of the people that are following the full moon Sabbath day, how did they know that the full moon is the new moon? Because it's written in the book of Enoch. That's where they got it from. They got it from the book of Enoch. They even tell you in their lesson when they're teaching you about the full moon being the new moon, that they read the white man's books. They're just not telling you which so-called white man book that they wrote, which is not the white man's book. The white man did not write the book of Enoch. Our forefathers wrote the book of Enoch. All right. So just to give you, I know there's going to be people saying, oh man, them brothers going off. No, you adding a 13th month to the calendar is going off. So anybody follow, reading the book of Enoch, you can't be trying to make fun of them, trying to, all them brothers is going off, because we can say the same thing about all you camps and you brothers that are adding a 13th month to the calendar, because it is not biblical, no matter how you try and cut it. We are not supposed to be adding a 13th month to the calendar. No way, shape, or form. No way. And these are the first ones that'll sit there and try and bring out and tell you, no, you can't be adding to the word, and you cannot be taken away from the word. Adding a 13th month to the calendar is adding a 13th, is adding to the word, no matter how you try and cut it. There's a lot of hypocrisy going on. And Lord's will, people will open their eyes and see it. And Lord's will, some of these brothers that are in some of these camps will look at the calendar and realize that, you know what? They're not lying. They're not making this up. The calendar is set the way it is, and it falls in line year to year, season to season, the way it's supposed to. All right. So I'll let him go ahead and continue on with the lesson, but I just wanted to throw that out there because it fell in line with what he brought out in Nehemiah 10:33, where it says, for the showbread and for the continual meat offering and for the continual burnt offering of the Sabbaths of the new moons, for the set feasts and for the holy things and for the sin offerings, to make an atonement for Israel and for all the work of the house of our God. So people have been reading where it says new moons and going, oh, you see, it's the moon. No, the word, the same moon, what is it, Kodash, or Kodesh, however you pronounce it. I'm not a Hebrew scholar, but that word means moons and it means months. In some places in the scriptures where you're reading new moons, it should actually be reading new months. That's where the confusion is coming in. All right. So I'm going to let them continue in. If anybody's got, any questions about it, leave us a comment or what have you. And, we'll be happy to go and explain it, show you the precepts, take you through it, and show you the lesson and teach you how the calendar is set from the way the Most High presented it to us through Enoch. All right. But go ahead. Where did you want to go to next? What was it? Psalms 92:1?
Yeah, 1 to 15.
Yeah. So the book of Psalms, chapter 92 and verse 1. It says a psalm or song for the Sabbath day. So apparently this is something that, you could sing or, or what have you, or on the Sabbath day. It reads, it is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord and to sing praises unto thy name, O Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night, upon an instrument of 10 strings, and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Lord, hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doeth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Lord, art most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Lord, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see my desire on mine enemies, and mine ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me, The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him.
Right. So he is our rock. It says, it is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord and to sing praises unto his name, O Most High. So giving all of these praises, like we read, the Levites, the priests, they're giving thanks in the morning and the night. The children of Israel, the Hebrew Israelites, that's something that we got to focus. Now we got better understanding of all of the things that we just went through to show forth the loving kindness in the morning and the faithfulness every night. So, I mean, wake up in the morning and be thankful. Be thankful in the evening, like I kept saying earlier, enjoying your Sabbaths. You know what I mean? As on verse 5 it says, "Oh Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep." His works are wonderful, wonderful. I mean, like he said, being a God of order and having everything in order. You've seen the order of what the way the Levites had to prepare the showbread and everything that we just read, right? And his thoughts are very deep. But a brutish man knoweth not, neither does a fool understand this. See, if you're not listening and seeing how important the Sabbath day is, he's calling you a brutish man, and you are a fool of not having understanding of how important this covenant it is to God for you to be able to keep it. Verse 7, when the wicked spring as the grass, and when the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. See, they're going to be destroyed forever because we read that by breaking the Sabbath is doing an evil thing. See, you're not going to go unpunished. You may think that you are. Let's bring up let's go to the book of Proverbs chapter 11 and verse 21.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 11 and verse 21. Though hand join in hand, the wicked shall not be unpunished, but the seed of the righteous shall be delivered.
Right. So see, it says, though hand join in hand, the wicked shall not be unpunished. So you're sitting there going, my pastor says no, I'm not going to do it. The church says no, I'm not going to do it. Not knowing that this is a covenant for you, your family, for the congregation, for the people, for the nation, and just letting it go. He's saying that the wicked shall not be unpunished, but the seed of the righteous shall be delivered. You're only going to get delivered when you actually come back to following the 10 commandments, not just the 10 commandments, but all of the commandments. When you come back and actually do the commandments, not to the best of your ability, what a lot of people out there like to say. So going back to verse 7 that we just read, it says, when the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed. So there is a destruction coming if you're not following and keeping the Sabbath day. You have to follow it. See, Israel has always been um, rebellious. He hasn't wanted to actually follow the commandments. He's polluted the Sabbath many times. And let's go see polluting the Sabbath on Ezekiel chapter 21 to 32.
So the book of Ezekiel, chapter 20 and verse 1 says, Then came the word of the Lord unto me, saying, Son of man, speak unto the elders of Israel, and say unto them, Thus saith the Lord God, Are ye come to inquire of me? As I live, saith the Lord God, I will not be inquired of by you. Wilt thou judge them, son of man? Wilt thou judge them? Cause them to know the abominations of their fathers, and say unto them, Thus saith the Lord God, in the day when I chose Israel, and lifted up mine hand unto the seed of the house of Jacob, and made myself known unto them in the land of Egypt, when I lifted up mine hand unto them, saying, I am the Lord your God. Verse 6, in the day that I lifted up mine hand unto them, to bring them forth of the land of Egypt into a land that I had espied for them, flowing with milk and honey, which is the glory of all lands. Then said I unto them, Cast ye away every man the abominations of his eyes, and defile not yourselves with the idols of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. But they rebelled against me, and would not hearken unto me. They did not every man cast away the abominations of their eyes, neither did they forsake the idols of Egypt. Then I said, I will pour out my fury upon them, to accomplish my anger against them in the midst of the land of Egypt. But I wrought for my name's sake, that it should not be polluted before the heathen, among whom they were, in whose sight I made myself known unto them, and bringing them forth out of the land of Egypt. Verse 10, Wherefore I caused them to go forth out of the land of Egypt, and brought them into the wilderness. And I gave them my statutes, and showed them my judgments, which if a man do, he shall even live in them. Verse 12, Moreover, also I gave them my Sabbaths, to be a sign between me and them, that they might know that I am the Lord that sanctify them. But the house of Israel rebelled against me in the wilderness. They walked not in my statutes, and they despised my judgments, which if a man do, he shall even live in them. And my Sabbaths they greatly polluted. Then I said, I would pour out my fury upon them in the wilderness to consume them. Verse 14, But I wrought for my name's sake, that I should not be polluted before the heathen, in whose sight I brought them out. Yet also I lifted up my hand unto them in the wilderness, that I would not bring them into the land which I had given them, flowing with milk and honey, which is the glory of all lands. Because they despised my judgments, and walked not in my statutes, but polluted my Sabbaths, for their heart went after their idols. Nevertheless, mine eye spared them from destroying them, neither did I make an end of them in the wilderness. But I said unto their children in the wilderness, Walk ye not in the statutes of your fathers, neither observe their judgments, nor defile yourselves with their idols. I am the Lord your God. Walk in my statutes, and keep my judgments, and do them, and hallow my Sabbaths, and they shall be a sign between me and you, that ye may know that I am the Lord your God. Verse 21, Notwithstanding, the children rebelled against me. They walked not in my statutes, neither kept my judgments to do them, which if a man do, he shall even live in them. They polluted my Sabbaths. Then I said, I would pour out my fury upon them, to accomplish my anger against them in the wilderness. Nevertheless, I withdrew my hand, and wrought for my name's sake, that it should not be polluted in the sight of the heathen, in whose sight I brought them forth. Verse 23, I lifted up mine hand unto them also in the wilderness, that I would scatter them among the heathen, and disperse them through the countries, because they had not executed my judgments, but had despised my statutes, and had polluted my Sabbaths, and their eyes were after their fathers' idols. Wherefore I gave them also statutes that were not good, and judgments whereby they should not live. And I polluted them in their own gifts, and that they caused to pass through the fire all that openeth the womb, that I might make them desolate, to the end that they might know that I am the Lord. Verse 27, Therefore, Son of man, speak unto the house of Israel, and say unto them, Thus saith the Lord God, Yet in this your fathers has blasphemed me, in that they have committed a trespass against me. For when I had brought them into the land, for the which I lifted up mine hand to give it to them, then they saw every high hill, and all the thick trees, and they offered their sacrifices, and there they presented the provocation of their offering. There also they made their sweet savor, and poured out there their drink offerings. Then I said unto them, What is the high place whereunto ye go? And the name thereof is called Bamah unto this day. Wherefore say unto the house of Israel, Thus saith the Lord God, Are ye polluted after the manner of your fathers, and commit ye whoredom after their abominations? For when ye offer your gifts, when ye make your sons to pass through the fire, ye pollute yourselves with all your idols, even unto this day. And shall I be inquired of by you, O house of Israel? As I live, saith the Lord God, I will not be inquired of by you. And that which cometh into your mind shall not be at all that ye say, we will be as the heathen, as the families of the countries, to serve wood and stone.
Right. So, see, this is a whole thing of when they came out of Egypt, everything they were doing, going through the wilderness, how they were breaking his commandments as he was giving it to them, and not really listening to everything that he wanted them to do as he was trying to correct them out in the wilderness. It says, then came the word of the Lord unto me, saying, Son of man, speak unto the elders of Israel and say unto them, thus saith the Lord God, are ye come to inquire of me? So you're going over to God. As I leave it, saith the Lord God, I will not be inquired of by you, because you're not listening. How are you going to come and talk to me when you're not even listening to me? What I'm trying to get you to do is, will thou judge them, son of man? Will thou judge them, cause them to know the abominations of their fathers? So their fathers were in abominations. They were breaking the Sabbath. They were doing sacrifices and other gods and other idols, right? But they're not going to listen. They were always rebelling. It says, but they rebelled against me and will not hearken unto me, right? They were always, Israel is always rebelling against the Most High. They did not, every man cast away the abomination of their eyes. So when they were coming up, seeing the abomination of their eyes, all of these idols, trying to worship these idols and polluting the Sabbath day, they didn't want to get rid of that. Neither did they forsake the idols of the Egypt, idols of Egypt. So all of the idols that they were in Egypt, they were still seeing them. They still wanted them. It says, then I said, I will pour out my fury upon them. So he's angry and he's going to pour out the fury on the children of Israel to accomplish my anger against them in the midst of the land of Egypt. So as you're seeing that the children of Israel are getting punished because they're breaking covenants, because they're not following the Sabbath, because they're lusting over these idols, how can you see that Israel is getting punished, but nowadays it doesn't matter for a certain church out there to have all of these idols? It doesn't matter for churches to teach out there that that you're not going to follow the 10 commandments. See, he gets angry and punishes people, but you're teaching them to actually break it, when that actually makes the Most High angry. But yet you're still teaching your people to not follow it and go after other idols. See, he's not going to change from when he was punishing us, the Hebrew Israelites, for going off, and nowadays, now it's okay. Now you can break the Sabbath. Now you can go after idols. It doesn't work like that. See, he still gets angry. It says, but I wrought for my name's sake, that it should not be polluted before heathen. See, he doesn't want you to pollute the Sabbath day or go after all these idols in front of the heathens, because the heathens are always going to be talking about the children of Israel, among whom they were, in whose sight I made myself known unto them, in bringing them forth out of the land of Egypt. So he did all of these miracles coming out of Egypt, and you don't want to listen. It's like, why did he even get them out of Egypt if they're rebelling and they're stubborn, right? It says, and I gave them my statutes. So he gave the Israelites the statutes and showed them my judgments, which if a man do, he shall even live in them, right? So you're going to be part of him. You're going to live. These are your statutes. How can you take your own statutes and not even follow them? It says, moreover, also I gave them my Sabbaths. So giving them the Sabbaths in the sight of the heathens and not keeping them, that doesn't make the Most High look good. You're making the Most High look bad, kind of like your children. You tell them to do something. What is it that you tell them when they come back home? You correct them, you punish them, because you're out there in the world, and whatever you do makes me as a parent look bad. makes me look bad, which is what the Most High is saying. Dude, I gave you I gave you these commandments. I gave you the Sabbath in the sight of all of these nations. I brought you out of Egypt, and you're making me look bad. What you do out here in this world makes the Most High look bad. Moreover, also, I gave my Sabbath to be a sign between me and them, that they might know that I am the Lord that sanctified them, right? So he sanctified us. It says, but the house of Israel, again, the house of Israel rebelled against me. In the wilderness, they walk not in my statutes, and they despise my judgments, which if a man do, he shall even live in them. So you're supposed to live in them, but they're despising the judgments. They're despising his commandments. They're despising all of these things, right? And my Sabbaths, they greatly polluted. So Israel is always polluting them. So now when you got a teacher out there, an evangelist telling you not to follow the 10 commandments because they're not part of the covenant, or they're not part of what do they love to say all the time? The 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 good news. They're not part
The
of the good
Gospels.
news. The gospels, right? They're not part of the gospels. Thank you. Yeah, they're not part of the good news. So they're making you pollute the Sabbath, and my Sabbath they greatly polluted. Then I said, I will pour out my fury upon them in the wilderness to consume them. So he's punishing Israel constantly, 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 and now all of the sudden these churches come up out of nowhere, and they can break the Sabbath, they can break the 10 commandments, they can break all of the judgments that God put forth, and not get punished because they're under grace and all of that. It makes no sense. Go back and read, go back what happened, go back and see where we're actually are. But you got to understand how important it is to God for you to look in the sight of the nations. He says it, that you need to be looking good in the sight of the nations, and we're not at the moment. We're not. It says, but I brought forth my namesake, that I should not be polluted before the heathen, in whose sight I brought them out of. So the heathen are seeing everything that the Most High is doing for Israel, but Israel doesn't care, right? He doesn't care. It says, because they despise my judgments. So Israel despised the judgments and walked not in my statutes, but polluted my Sabbaths, for their heart went afar, went after their idols. So Israel's always searching these idols. They're always going after other things. They're going after everything except what the Most High said. But I said unto their children in the wilderness, walk ye not in the statutes of your fathers. So everybody that's that's being born, the Most High is letting them know, don't do what their fathers are doing. And this is a good example, because it says, I'm gonna read it again. It says, but I said unto the children in the wilderness, walk ye not in the statutes of your fathers. But see, nowadays the camps are out here saying, well, our fathers did it back in the day, so why can't we do it? He's letting us know, walk ye not in the statutes of your fathers. So we're supposed to discern and see what our fathers did that was good, but also be able to discern what our fathers did that was bad, right? So not everything that the fathers did in the back in the day was in the uppity up. You got to be able to discern. It says, neither observe the judgments, nor defile yourselves with their idols. So don't defile yourself with all of these idols. It says, and hallow my Sabbath. So you're supposed to hallow the Sabbath, hallow my Sabbaths, and there shall be a sign between me and you, that ye may know that I am the Lord your God. Notwithstanding, the children rebelled against. So they always rebelled against me, talking about the Lord. They walk not in my statutes, neither keep my judgments to do them, which if a man do, he shall even live in them. They polluted my Sabbath. Then I said, I will pour out my fury upon them to accomplish my anger against them in the wilderness. So he was pouring out that anger because judgment, statutes were being broke. The Sabbath was being broke. So he was going to punish. He was going to make an example. Why? Because he cares how the other nation sees us. That's what it says. Nevertheless, in withal my hand and brought for my name's sake, that it should not be polluted in the sight of the heathen. The heathen are looking at what we're doing. They see what the so-called blacks, Latinos, and Native Americans are out here doing. In whose sight I brought them forth, right? So they seen how the Most High brought the Israelites out of Egypt, but not listening. I mean, the heathen see all of this. I lifted up my hand upon them also in the wilderness, that I will scatter them among the heathen and disperse them throughout the countries. You don't listen, you get punished, you get dispersed, you get sent out throughout the countries, and the other countries put you in slavery because they had not executed my judgments, but had despised my statutes and had polluted my Sabbaths. So, not following the statutes, polluting the Sabbath, he is scattering the Israelites throughout the nations so the nations can punish us. And their eyes were after their father idols, right? Always after the father idols, right? Because we weren't keeping none of that. Verse 27, therefore, son of man, speak unto the house of Israel. So go and speak into the house of Israel so they can understand, and say unto them, thus saith the Lord. So God is telling you this, Israel, yet in this your fathers have blasphemed me. Our fathers back when they were around blaspheme the Most High by not following his statutes, his commandments. They were blaspheme the Most High in that they have committed a trespass against me. So they were trespassing against him by not keeping the Sabbath day, by not keeping some of the feasts, by not keeping the judgments that he gave us. Verse 30, because they were doing the same thing. So the children of Israel that were born in the wilderness were they're still doing what the fathers were doing. It says, wherefore say unto the house of Israel, thus saith the Lord God, are ye polluted after the manner of your fathers? Because they were still doing what the fathers were doing, and committed ye whoredom after their abominations. So all of the abominations that the fathers did, we have to be able to read the Old Testament and discern the things that were good and the things that were bad. Because just saying, you know what, our forefathers did it, so we have to do it, is not a good way to live this life, because you're supposed to actually follow the statutes, the Sabbaths, the feast. And our fathers weren't doing that at all times. Verse 32, and it says, and that which cometh into your mind shall not be at all, that ye say, we will as the heathen, as families of the countries, to serve wood and stone. So the heathen are following and serving these idols that are made out of wood and they're made out of stone. And even now, all the way up to 2022, there's still idols made um, out of wood and out of stone. Idolatry, all of this idolatry that just seems to not be able to leave Israel. But Israel needs to get away from all of this idolatry and from polluting the Sabbath day. Israel is just great at polluting the Lord's Sabbath, and that's why this lesson is put forth, so we can come back and stop actually polluting the Sabbath day. So Israel pollutes the Sabbath day. They continue doing it. So let's read that on Nehemiah chapter 9, verse 7 to 38.
So the book of Nehemiah, chapter 9 and verse 7, it reads, Thou art the Lord the God, who didst choose Abram, and broughtest him forth out of Ur of the Chaldees, and gavest him the name of Abraham, and foundest his heart faithful before thee, and madest a covenant with him to give the land of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Jebusites, and the Girgashites, to give it, I say, to his seed, and hast performed thy words, for thou art righteous. And didst see the affliction of our fathers in Egypt, and heardest their cry by the Red Sea. Verse 10, and showest signs and wonders upon Pharaoh, and on all his servants, and on all the people of his land. For thou knewest that they dealt proudly against them. So didst thou get thee a name as it is this day. And thou didst divide the sea before them, so that they went through the midst of the sea on the dry land. And their persecutors thou threwest into the deeps, as a stone into the mighty waters. Moreover, thou leddest them in the day by a cloudy pillar. Hold on. Oh, here it is. Moreover, thou leddest them in the day by a cloudy pillar, and in the night by a pillar of fire, to give them light in the way wherein they should go. Verse 13, thou camest down also upon Mount Sinai, and spakest with them from heaven, and gavest them right judgments and true laws, good statutes and commandments, and madest known unto them thy holy Sabbath, and commandedst them precepts, statutes, and laws by the hand of Moses thy servant, and gavest them bread from heaven for their hunger, and broughtest forth water for them out of the rock for their thirst, and promised them that they should go in to possess the land which thou hadst sworn to give them. But they and our fathers dealt proudly, and hardened their necks, and hearkened not to thy commandments, and refused to obey, neither were mindful of thy wonders that thou didst among them, but hardened their necks, and in their rebellion appointed a captain to return to their bondage. But thou art a God ready to pardon, gracious and merciful, slow to anger, and of great kindness, and forsookest them not. Verse 18, yea, when they had made them a molten calf, and said, this is thy God that brought thee up out of Egypt, and had wrought great provocations. Yet thou in thy manifold mercies forsookest them not in the wilderness. The pillar of the cloud departed not from them by day, to lead them in the way, neither the pillar of fire by night to show them light, and the way wherein they should go. Thou gavest also thy good spirit to instruct them, and withholdest not thy manna from their mouth, and gavest them water for their thirst. Yea, 40 years didst thou sustain them in the wilderness, so that they lacked nothing. Their clothes waxed not old, and their feet swelled not. Moreover, thou gavest them kingdoms and nations, and didst divide them into corners. So they possessed the land of Sihon, and the land of the king of Heshbon, and the land of Og, king of Bashan. Their children also multipliest thou as the stars of heaven, and broughtest them into the land, concerning which thou hadst promised to their fathers, that they should go in to possess it. Verse 24, so the children went in and possessed the land, and thou subduedst before them the inhabitants of the land of the Canaanites, and gavest them into their hands with their kings and the people of the land, that they might do with them as they would. And they took strong cities and a fat land, and possessed houses full of all goods, wells digged, vineyards and olive yards, and fruit trees in abundance. So they did eat and were filled, and became fat, and delighted themselves in thy great goodness. Verse 26, nevertheless, they were disobedient, and rebelled against thee, and cast thy law behind their backs, and slew thy prophets which testified against them, to turn them to thee, and they wrought great provocations. Therefore thou deliveredst them into the hand of their enemies, who vexed them. And in the time of their trouble, when they cried unto thee, thou heardest them from heaven, and according to thy manifold mercies, thou gavest them saviors, who saved them out of the hand of their enemies. But after they had rest, they did evil again before thee. Therefore leftest thou them in the hand of their enemies, so that they had the dominion over them. Yet when they returned and cried unto thee, thou heardest them from heaven, and many times didst thou deliver them according to thy mercies, and testifiest against them, that thou mightest bring them again unto thy law. Yet they dealt proudly, and hearkened not unto thy commandments, but sinned against thy judgments, which if a man do, he shall live in them, and withdrew the shoulder, and hardened their neck, and would not hear. Verse 30, yet many years didst thou forbear them, and testifiest against them by thy spirit in thy prophets, yet would they not give ear. Therefore gavest thou them into the hand of the people of the lands. Nevertheless, for thy great mercy's sake, thou didst not utterly consume them, nor forsake them, for thou art a gracious and merciful God. Now, therefore, our God, the great, the mighty, and the terrible God, who keepeth covenant and mercy, let not all the trouble seem little before thee, that hath come upon us, on our kings, on our princes, and on our priests, and on our prophets, and on our fathers, and on all thy people since the time of the kings of Assyria unto this day. Verse 33. Howbeit thou art just in all that is brought upon us, for thou hast done right, but we have done wickedly. Neither have our kings, our princes, our priests, nor our fathers kept thy law, nor hearkened unto thy commandments and thy testimonies wherewith thou didst testify against them. But yet today Israel swear up and down they keep the commandments. It's
Right.
crazy. Verse 35. For they have not served thee in their kingdom, and in thy great goodness that thou gavest them, and in the large and fat land which thou gavest before them, neither turned they from their wicked works. Verse 36. Behold, we are servants this day, and for the land that thou gavest unto our fathers to eat the fruit thereof, and the good thereof, behold, we are servants in it. And it yielded much increase unto the kings, whom thou hast set over us because of our sins. Also, they have dominion over our bodies and over our cattle at their pleasure, and we are in great distress. And because of all this, we make a sure covenant and write it, and our princes, Levites, and priests seal unto it.
Right. So Israel always polluted the Lord's Sabbath. Not only the Sabbath, his commandments, his judgments. It says, thou art the Lord, the God, who didst choose Abraham and brought him forth out of Ur of the Chaldeans and gavest him the name of Abraham, right? So he chose him and found his heart faithful before thee and made his a covenant with him to give the land of the Canaanites and the Hittites and the Amorites and the Perizzites and the Jebusites and the Girgashites to give it. I say to his seed, and has performed thy word, for thou art righteous. So all of these lands from the Canaanites, from the Hittites, all of these lands were given unto us, and the Amorites and the Perizzites, but we don't have that land anymore. We're not there anymore. We don't have an inheritance at this moment. It is important to come back and follow the Sabbath. It is important to come back and follow the judgments. It's important to follow all his statutes and his laws, so we can get back in his good grace and we can get all of these lands back. But just saying that, oh, keeping the commandments to the best of the ability is not going to help. It's not going to help you at all, because that's not going to get you anywhere. Do you really think that if you go to work for a warehouse, a big old company, a big old name, and you go in there and you're like, well, I'm going to do the work to the best of my ability, do you really think they're going to keep you around? They're not going to keep you around, because there's always going to be someone that's really willing to do the work, someone that's really willing to do the commandments and actually follow the commandments. It says, and thou didst divide the sea before them, so that they went through the midst of the sea on the dry land. And their persecutors, so these are some of the things, the persecutors that following the Israelites from Egypt, thou threwest into the deeps as a stone into the mighty waters. So they got thrown into the water. The other nations saw what was done to the Egyptians when the Israelites were coming out, right? And it says, thou camest down also upon Mount Sinai. So he came down on Mount Sinai to talk to the Israelites and speak with them from heaven, and givest them righteous judgment and true laws, good statutes and commandments. Who else can out there say that the Most High, that God actually talked to them to give them these laws, statutes, and commandments? No one else can say that they actually did. Nowadays, a lot of people are like, "Oh, I spoke to God, or I talked to God, or I had a dream." But the actual Israelites did hear a voice that gave them judgments and statutes, and still rebelled and broke the covenant. and made us know unto them thy holy Sabbaths, and commanded them precepts. So gave them the Sabbaths, gave them the precepts, all of these verses, statutes and laws. So gave them the statutes and the laws by the hand of Moses, thy servant. So Moses gave all of this to the Israelites, but yet the Israelites, always rebellious, they don't want to listen. And even nowadays, we still don't want to listen because we rather listen to someone that's telling you that, you know what, you don't even have to follow the Ten Commandments anymore. Verse 16 says, but they and our fathers dealt proudly and hardened their necks. This is powerful because a lot of our people are still out here dealing proudly and hearkening their necks, but they and our fathers, they're proudly and harden their necks. They harden their necks, dude. If you're not with our camp, if you're not doing what my camp is, if you're get away from here, if you don't do what we're doing, we're the best, we're not number one. If you don't have this name, if you don't have that name, just dealing so proudly and harden their necks and hearken not to thy commandments, because they're clear and simple. The commandments are there, but it is really easy to say, you know what, our forefathers did it, so I'm going to go ahead and do it. Just not listening. Verse 18 says, yeah, when they had made them a molten calf and said, this is thy God that brought thee up out of Egypt. How are you going to sit there and be like, you know what, this calf brought you out of Egypt, when you just saw Moses and the Most High do all of these miracles in Egypt to bring you out, but yet now you're going to worship a calf and had brought great provocation. So he provoked the Most High. Why are they going to have a calf? That calf did nothing to get them out of Egypt, right? Yet thou in thy manifold mercies forsookest them not in the wilderness. Right? He didn't get rid of them. He didn't destroy them. He could have completely destroyed them and restarted with Moses, but he didn't do it. It says the pillar of the cloud departed not from them by day. So this pillar was still with them to lead them in the way, neither the pillar of fire by night. So this night pillar was still with them, even though they were breaking his commandments, to show them light and the way wherein they should go. So still being guided, but Israel just would not listen. Verse 21 says, yeah, 40 years didst thou sustain them in the wilderness. They were sustained in the wilderness for 40 years. Imagine walking around for 40 years so that they lacked nothing, but they weren't missing nothing. But yet they were still complaining, yet they still didn't want to keep the Sabbath. Their clothes wax not old. How are you going to sit there for 40 years and see that your clothes are just looking, like our people would say nowadays, just as fly? You know what I mean? They're looking good. You're still looking good for 40 years, and yet you still don't want to listen. Their clothes wax not old, and their feet swell not. Your feet are not swollen. Nowadays, Wednesday come, feet are swollen, hands are swollen, your back is hurting, you're complaining, and you're getting a day of rest on the Sabbath day, and you still don't want to take it. It's sad. Moreover, thou gavest them kingdoms and nations. We had kingdoms and nations. Wouldn't we want to have kingdoms and nations again? And just divide them into corners. So they possessed the land of Sihon and the land of the king of Heshbon and the land of Og, king of Bashan. All of these lands were ruled by the Israelites because they were given to them. Their children also multiplied, though as the stars of heaven. We grew very much, big family, and brought us them into the land, concerning which thou hast promised to their fathers that they should go in to possess it. So all of these promises, the Most High kept giving into them. But what do we do? What do the Israelites do? They break their covenant. They don't listen. They deal proudly. They harden their neck and just be disobedient. They're just continually being disobedient. Verse 26 says, nevertheless, they were disobedient and rebelled against thee and cast thy law behind their backs. So ignore the law forgot about the law, don't want to follow the law, and slew thy prophets. And if you're going to teach me anything about the law, they kill the prophets. Just got rid of them. If the prophets are not here nagging me about the law and I kill them, then I don't have to follow the law. It's what they were thinking. So they killed the prophets, which testified against them to turn them to thee, and they brought great provocation. So they provoked the Most High, because killing these prophets means, you know what? I don't have to listen to them no more. They're not around. They're not nagging me, and I don't have to listen to this no more. I'm just going to get rid of these prophets. Therefore, thou deliverest them into the hand of their enemies. That's why you went into captivity, who vexed them. And in the time of their trouble, when they cried unto thee, so now they're being vexed, they're being punished, they're being given hard burdens for them in slavery to be doing. Now they're praying to the Most High. When they cried unto thee, so when they prayed to the Most High, thou heardest them. So the Most High is always listening. He heardeth them from heaven. He's always listening to us. He just wants us to get correct, to get in line, to come back to his Sabbath, to come back to his holy days, to his judgments. But Israel is still not listening. And you can still, and you know, it happens because you tell your family members, your cousins, your friends, and they look at you like you're crazy. But you know what? When the time comes, Lord willing, if we were part of the elect, they're going to look at us and see us like, you know, I wish I was a little bit as crazy as they were. Going out there teaching on the streets, having a YouTube channel, teaching the people the Bible. I wish I had a little bit of that crazy in me, right? So he heard us from heaven, and according to thy manifold mercies, thou gavest them saviors. So the Most High has always continually gave us saviors. So Jesus Christ is not just the first savior that came by to save the nation of Israel, but he continually gave saviors who saved them out of the hand of their enemies. Israel always has enemies, always will have enemies. There's always going to be enemies of Israel. But we have a savior now. We had saviors back in the day also. It says, but after they had rest, they did evil against before thee. So now you're not in captivity. You're rested. You're relaxed. You're full. You've ate. You've done all of this. You don't care anymore. So now you're going to go back to breaking the laws. Therefore, leftest thou them in the hand of their enemies. Just forgot about the Israelites living with their enemies. If they're not going to follow my Sabbath day or my holy days, that's where you're going to stay. So that they had the dominion over them. Yet, when they returned and cried unto thee, thou hearest them. So the Most High is always hearing us from heaven. And many times didst thou deliver them according to thy mercy. So because of his mercies, he always deliver us. That is a sign. That is something that the Israelites should have seen. He took us out of Egypt. He killed our persecutors. He did all of these miracles. He did everything for us in the wilderness, but yet all of that wasn't enough. How is that just not enough? Verse 29, and testified against them that thou mightest bring them again unto thy law. So he always wants us to come back to his law. Just continue, come back to the law, come back to the law, come back to the law. Yet they dealt proudly. Again, Israel being proud, and hearken not unto thy commandments. Not hearkening, but now completely saying, you know what, we keep the commandments. We all keep the commandments, but sin against thy judgment. So you keep the commandments, but yet you're still sinning against the judgment, which if a man do, he shall live in them. So you're supposed to live in the commandments, doing the commandments, following the commandments, and withdrew the shoulder and hardened their necks and will not hear. So there's many times that the Most High is just not going to listen. He's not going to pay attention anymore. You're not going to follow the Sabbath. You're not going to follow the commandments. He is not going to listen anymore, right? He is just going to continually, you're not going to listen. You're going to go to captivity again and again. Verse 30, yet many years didst thou forbear them and testified against them by the spirit of thy prophets. So the prophets were always there. There's always going to be prophets. That's why it's not a coincidence that nowadays you got all of these camps. You got all of these congregations out here going against Israel, going against all of these churches and telling them you need these people to come back to the law, you need these people to come back to God, to the judgments, because he's always had people like us, like these camps, like all of these other people teaching Israel, coming back to his laws, all of these prophets. Yet will they not give ear? Again, nowadays, you can tell your cousin, you can tell your aunt, you can tell your brother, you can tell your brother-in-law. They still are not going to hear. Yet will they not give an ear? Therefore, givest thou them into the hand of the people of the land. Always been given to the people of the land. It's not a coincidence that the so-called black man was on this side in captivity with America, or the Indians being taken away their land, or the native, or the Mexican Colombians, the islands, Cuba, or Haiti, Puerto Rico, being in the hand of their enemies, and still being in the hand of the enemies. If you hear and you listen to what we're saying, you can always go back to some of the lessons and realize how all of this stuff been happening. Uh, so it says, now therefore, our God, the great, the mighty, and the terrible God. See, they make him be a soft spoken, a nice, loving, a hippie God. That's what they make him be. But this verse is telling you he is a God, the great, he is great, the mighty, he is mighty, and the terrible God. How is this terrible? Because he is a balanced God. You do what I say, you're going to be good with me. You don't do what I say, you're going to get punished. Like I said, when they say we keep the commandments to the best of our ability, you go to work and you tell your boss, I'm going to do the job to the best of my ability. That's not going to fly. It's the same thing with the most terrible God. If you're not going to do the commandments, you're not doing them. There is no middle ground. Either you do them or you don't. It says, who keep his covenant and mercy. See, the Most High keep his covenant and his mercy. Let not all the trouble seem little before thee that had come upon us and our kings. So not only the people, but even the kings would go into this captivity. On our princes and our priests, the priests are in there also, and our prophets, and on our fathers and on all thy people. Everybody is getting it. If you're not going to listen, there's enough for everybody. Everybody can get a little piece of it. Since the time of the king of Assyria unto this day, right? But don't want to listen, don't want to pay attention. Verse 34 says, neither have our kings, our princes, our priests, nor our fathers kept thy law. They haven't kept the law. And even up to this day, this still, because all of these prosperity pastors teaching, the law still hasn't been kept by the majority of Israel. We are waking up and actually following the law of the Most High, but we need for Israel the number that is needed to come and follow the law, nor hearken it unto thy commandments and thy testimonies wherewith thou didst testified against them. So he's always testified, he's always had prophets pushing the law, pushing learning, pushing the commandments, the laws, the statutes, the feast that he wanted, right? He's always had servants. Verse 30 says is that, behold, we are servants this day, right? So he has servants to show, to follow the law, but he is also having us be servants to other people because we don't want to follow the law. Behold, we are servants this day, and for the land that thou gavest unto our fathers to eat the fruit thereof, right? So he gave us good land with good fruit for us to eat. Therefore, and right, for fruit thereof, and the good thereof, behold, we are servants in it. Now you are servants in the land. Not only servants in that land, got kicked out of that land and became servants in a land that you just don't know, right? But he is merciful. You know what I mean? He is gonna allow us to come back to his covenant. Verse 3 said, and because of all this, we make a sure covenant and write it and our princes, Levites, and priests sealed unto it, because we want to come back to this covenant. We want to be part of this covenant. We want to follow the Sabbath, and we want to be part of this. We don't want to be judged according to that anymore. We don't want to be servants to these other nations, because it's where our people actually are. See, you feel that being out here in the Americas, you're free. You're free to do whatever you want. You're free because you can go to work. You're free because you can go to school. You're free because you can get a career. But you're not free. You can't leave this country without a passport. You can't drive a vehicle without a license. Right? We have to come back to his judgments, to his statutes and judgments, to follow his Sabbaths. Right? So let's continue. Let's go to the book of Isaiah 56, 2 and 8.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 56 and verse 2. Thus saith the Lord, keep ye judgment, and do justice, for my salvation is near to come, and my righteousness to be revealed. Blessed is the man that doeth this, and the Son of Man that layeth hold on it, that keepeth the Sabbath from polluting it, and keepeth his hand from doing any evil. Neither let the son of the stranger that had joined himself to the Lord speak, saying, the Lord hath utterly separated me from his people. Neither let the eunuch say, behold, I am a dry tree. For thus saith the Lord unto the eunuchs that keep my Sabbaths, and choose the things that please me, and take hold of my covenant. Even unto them will I give in mine house and within my walls a place and a name better than of sons and of daughters. I will give them an everlasting name that shall not be cut off. Also, the sons of the stranger that join themselves to the Lord to serve him and to love the name of the Lord, to be his servants, every one that keepeth the Sabbath from polluting it, and taketh hold of my covenant, even them will I bring to my holy mountain, and make them joyful in my house of prayer. For their burnt offerings and their sacrifices shall be accepted upon my altar. For mine house shall be called an house of prayer for all people. The Lord God, which gathereth the outcasts of Israel, saith, yet will I gather others to him beside those that are gathered unto him.
Right. So it says, thus saith the Lord, keep ye judgment and do justice, for my salvation is near to come, and my righteousness to be revealed. So his salvation is near. We have to believe that we are going to get saved, but only until we actually take hold of his covenant and actually follow his covenant. It says, blessed is the man that doeth this, and the Son of Man that layeth hold on it. So you have to lay hold on to his whole covenant, to keep it the Sabbath from polluting it. So don't pollute the Sabbath anymore. Keep from polluting, and keep it his hand from doing any evil. So stay away from evil. But see, for the Hebrew Israelites, for the children of Israel, it's a lot easier to just follow and do mischief and do evil, instead of actually keeping the Sabbath and staying away from that evil. It says, neither let the son of the stranger that had joined himself to the Lord speak, saying, the Lord had utterly separated me from his people. Neither let the eunuch say, behold, I am a dry tree. So the eunuch and the stranger, we had a lesson couple of weeks ago where it talks about how his people are going to be a people and not be a people. Go back and see some of these lessons, because a stranger can consist of someone being born somewhere else and coming back to Jerusalem, but still being a Hebrew Israelite, still being part of the Hebrew Israelite community. Verse 5 says, even unto them will I give in mine house and with my walls a place and a name better than of sons and daughters. I will give them an everlasting name. So see, once we come back to following his Sabbaths, his covenant, he's going to give us a better name. He's going to give us a place and a sanctuary. I will give them an everlasting name that shall not be cut off. So that name is not going to get cut off. We're not going to be cast out into slavery. Isn't that a beautiful thing? And now you can say, you know what? I'm following the law, statutes, and commandments, and I don't have to worry then eventually we're going to go out there and serve other nations. It says also the sons of the strangers, they join themselves to the Lord to serve him and to love the name of the Lord, to be a servant, everyone that they keep it, the Sabbath from polluting it, and take a hold of my covenant. So instructions that once the stranger comes in, the stranger being the northern kingdom, being the kingdom that we're not going to be a people anymore, when they take hold of this and follow the Sabbath, they're going to be part of the covenant, right? They're going to get hold of the covenant. Verse 7, it says, even then will I bring to my holy mountain and make them joyful in my house of the house of prayer. Their burnt offerings and their sacrifice shall be accepted upon mine altar, because when they got cast off and they weren't a people, their sacrifices weren't accepted anymore. But now these sacrifices are going to be. And again, go back to the class. We've had a class already when they were people and not a people anymore. For mine house shall be.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
I'm breaking up.
Yeah.
Sounds better.
Yeah, that's better. It's starting to sound like that computer
RTD2.
mix-up stuff. Can I give a precept to go along with this to prove that this is not talking about the strangers of the other nations? Where it's saying we have not utterly been, where is that at? Have not been utterly cut off from thy people. Where is that? In verse 3, it says, neither let the son of the stranger that had joined himself to the Lord speak, saying, the Lord hath utterly separated me from his people. Neither let the eunuch say, behold, I am a dry tree. In order for that to be true, to have not been utterly separated, that means that you would have had to been a part of his people to begin with, to have been utterly separated from the people. Because you got to remember, Israel was that we're a holy people, as we read in Deuteronomy 7:6, for thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God, meaning separate. He separated Israel from the other nations from the very beginning, and we're going to prove that. Let's go to Exodus 33 and verse, I'll start at verse 13. It says, now therefore I pray thee, if I have found grace in thy sight, show me now thy way, that I may know thee, that I may find grace in thy sight, and consider that this nation is thy people. And he said, my presence shall go with thee, and I will give thee rest. And he said unto him, if thy presence go not with me, carry us not up hence. Verse 16, for wherein shall it be known here that I and thy people have found grace in thy sight? Is it not in that thou goest with us? So shall we be separated, I and thy people, from all the people that are upon the face of the earth. And the Lord said unto Moses, I will do this thing also that thou hast spoken, for thou hast found grace in my sight, and I know thee by name. And he said, I beseech thee, show me thy glory. And it goes on from there. But the point that we want is to show that from the very beginning, when Moses brought us up out of Egypt, he asked the Most High to separate us from the other nations, which the Most High granted. We were utterly separated from the other nations. That's why we're a holy people to the Most High God, meaning separated. And that separation did not cease, even in the New Testament, going all the way up to the book of Revelation, that we're supposed to come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her what? Of her sins. In other words, be not partakers of her mark.
Right.
But a lot of people don't get that. So when these Christian pastors and churches, and there's some Israelite groups that read this and think that this is talking about the other nations, and it's not. All right. But I just wanted to throw that in there.
All praises. Right. Verse 7 says, even then will I bring to my holy mountain and make them joyful in my house of prayer. their burnt offerings and their sacrifice shall be accepted upon my altar. So these are going to be accepted in the altar. For my house shall be called an house of prayer for all people. See, it says for all people. But let's go to verse 8. The Lord God, which gathered the outcasts of Israel, saying, so gathering the outcasts, that's why it's for all people, because Israel is scattered throughout the world, right? Said, yet will I gather others to him besides those that are gathered unto me. So he has the ones that are gathered unto him, but there's outcasts out there. That's why, like I said, with the other lesson, the northern kingdom needed to be reaccepted, because we're not going to be cast off. We're all going to be the people of the Most High, meaning the southern and the northern kingdom are going to be together, excuse me, in God, right? For him to be able to accept our sacrifices that we're going to give unto them. But for that, we have to actually keep the Sabbath, and we actually have to follow what he told us to actually do. Now we're going to go into some of the frequent questions that are asked when all of the lessons are going out. Some people have some questions, especially when the Sabbath is coming out. So we're going to ask some questions and have some precepts for some of these questions. Number one says, do I have to be a part of a camp organization to keep the Sabbath? So no, you don't have to be part of a camp or an organization for you to actually be able to keep the Sabbath. So we're going to go into some precepts. We're going to start with Matthew 18, verse 19 and verse 20.
So the book of Matthew, chapter 18 and verse 19. Again, I say unto you, that if two of you shall agree on earth as touching anything that they shall ask, it shall be done for them of my Father which is in heaven. For where two or three are gathered together in my name, there am I in the midst of them.
Right. So again, I say unto you that if two of you shall agree on earth as touching anything that they shall ask, right? So there's only two or more, it shall be done for them of my Father which is in heaven. So you don't have to be part of a huge congregation or be, with all the glamorous, the colors and everything, because of how many people, where two or three are gathered. For where two or three are gathered together in my name, there am I in the midst of them. So you can't let anybody tell you, be like, well, there's only two of you. Yeah, you're not keeping the Sabbath. You're not doing it the right way. I mean, Christ said it. He said it. We follow what Christ said, where there's two or more. So let's go into the book of Hebrews, chapter 10, verse 24 and 25.
The book of Hebrews, chapter 10 and verse 24. And let us consider one another to provoke unto love and to good works, not forsaking the assembling of ourselves together, as the manner of some is, but exhorting one another, and so much the more as ye see the day approaching.
Right. It says, and let us consider one another to provoke unto love and to good works. So just because there's only two, you can't be hating and telling them stuff, calling them names, or whatever you're doing, right? It says, not forsaking the assembly of ourselves together. So don't forsake that. We're gathering ourselves together. It may only be two of us, but eventually the Most High will bring other people to you. That doesn't matter if you're just two or 200, or you're doing 500, 800 people congregation. You know what I mean? It's just not forsaking the assembling of ourselves together, as the manner of some is, but exhorting one another, so pushing one another, and so much the more as you see the day approaching. So we're seeing that our salvation is coming. So why are all of these bigger congregations going against somebody that wants to celebrate the Sabbath day together, and it's just two or more? You know what I mean? No, right? So as long as there's two like-minded people following the Sabbath, you can gather yourself together, congregate, and keep the Sabbath day, right? Some people say that staying home by yourself and keeping the Sabbath day is part of violating the Sabbath day. And we're going to find out and see if that's true. So let's go to the book of Judith, chapter 10, verse 1 and 2.
The book of Judith, chapter 10, and verse 1, it reads, Now after that she had ceased to cry unto the God of Israel, and had made an end of all these words, she rose where she had fallen down, and called her maid, and went down into the house in the which she abode in the Sabbath days and in her feast days.
Right. So it says, now after that she had ceased to cry unto the God of Israel and made an end of all these words. So she finished praying to God. All the words that she was saying, she arose where she had fallen down. So she was kneeling down in the ground when she got up and called her maid and went down into the house. So she went down into the house, right? Her house, in the which she abode to live in, right? She lived in there in the Sabbath day. What day? It was the Sabbath day. And in her feast days. So she abode there on the Sabbath day and in the feast days, right? She was there by
No, no,
herself.
no. She
And
had the elders calling her on the phone. Where you at? Why you didn't come to the Sabbath day?
right. No, she was at her house. She abode at her house. And yeah, the calls came though.
And how many people were there with her in the house?
It was she arose. She was the one praying, and her and her maid. I mean, she was the one doing the praying. And when she got into her house where she
So
lived,
how many people?
right here is two,
Two or more, right?
right? Two or more,
Two or more.
right?
She didn't
So,
she didn't have you know elders calling her on the phone, showing up, knocking on her door. You going off, Judith? You didn't show up to the Sabbath day, Judith. You know you going off, staying home on the Sabbath.
right, right,
And you could even see the same thing with Paul when you read the New Testament. When
right,
he was selling off and he was like, "Hey, I want to hurry up and get back so I could try and make it back for the feast day or whatever." He wasn't looking, "Oh man, you guys are wicked. You ain't getting on the ship going to you're not going to Jerusalem.
right,
Oh man, you guys going off.
right,
You staying home for the feast. Oh man, you going off." You
right.
don't read none of that.
Yeah, you're in my list. You ain't getting on this boat. You're on my list. You know,
Yeah.
I'm watching you now.
Yeah, you
Right.
don't read about none of that, man.
Right. Seriously. So she was in her house. There's two people in the house. And when she went in there in abode is the place where she lives. Abode means the dwelling place where someone actually lives. Um, you can look up the definition of abode in the dictionary and stuff, but I mean it's you can understand it. It says went down into the house, into the house in the which she abode. So abode just basically means where she lived in the Sabbath day, and she was doing this in the Sabbath day, right? So we're gonna continue. Uh, Question 2 says, "Can we eat on the Sabbath day?" Right? Because we went through verses saying that you're not supposed to kindle fire, that you're not supposed to have fire for you. So the question would come up: then, if I can't cook, can I even eat on the Sabbath day? So the answer is yes. As we showed earlier in the lesson, you cannot cook on the Sabbath, but must prepare food the day prior. So Friday afternoon, you prepare your food. Even Christ ate on the Sabbath day, right? So even Christ ate on the Sabbath day. We're going to go to the book of Luke, chapter 14 and verse 1 to read about that.
Luke chapter 14, verse 1, it says, And it came to pass as he went into the house of one of the chief Pharisees to eat bread on the Sabbath day, that they watched him.
See, no need to turn on any kind of fire. It says, and it came to pass, and he went to the house of one of the chief Pharisees. So he was there with one of the Pharisees to eat bread on the Sabbath day, right? So he ate bread on the Sabbath day. So we can eat bread, we can eat sandwiches, cold sandwiches. You know what I mean? Like a picnic. They watched him, right? So they watched him go in there and eat that bread. So now let's go to Matthew 12 1 through 8.
The book of Matthew, chapter 12 and verse 1. At that time, Jesus went on the Sabbath day through the corn, and his disciples were an hungered, and began to pluck the ears of corn and to eat. But when the Pharisees saw it, they said unto him, Behold, thy disciples do that which is not lawful to do upon the Sabbath day. But he said unto them, Have ye not read what David did when he was an hungered, and they that were with him, how he entered into the house of God and did eat the showbread, which was not lawful for him to eat, neither for them which were with him, but only for the priests? Or have ye not read in the law how that on the Sabbath days the priests in the temple profane the Sabbath and are blameless? But I say unto you, that in this place is one greater than the temple. But if ye had known what this meaneth, I will have mercy and not sacrifice, ye would not have condemned the guiltless. For the Son of Man is Lord even of the Sabbath day.
Right. So, see, a lot of the times they like to use these passages, these verses, to try to show that they were breaking the Sabbath, but they really didn't understand. It says, at that time, Jesus went on the Sabbath day, and his disciples were in hunger and began to pluck the ears of corn and to eat. So they were able to pull the corn, and I'm here imagining corn being delicious because they were able to just eat it right off of the plant. You're able to pluck up that corn and just eat it. Why? Because they didn't have, I mean, I'm just going to say a bucket, a tractor, you know what I mean? Just to put it in today's terms, they didn't have a tractor, they didn't have a bucket, a sack, a bag. We're just sitting there plucking all kinds of corn to put it in their bag to take it to the market. No, all they were doing is just plucking the corn for them to be able to eat, right? It says, but when the Pharisees saw it, they said unto him, Behold, thy disciples do that which is not lawful to do upon the Sabbath day. It's lawful for you to eat on the Sabbath. You pluck up a ear of corn, eat it. You're not plucking it for you to take it to the market and sell it. It's just for you to eat. But he said unto them, Have ye not read what David did when he was a hunger, and they that were with him? So what did David did? How he entered into the house of God, he goes into the temple and did eat the showbread. He ate the showbread, which was lawful for him to eat. He wasn't a Levite, so he wasn't supposed to eat that bread. But the priest asked them if they were clean from touching any wound, and they were, so they allowed him to actually eat the bread. How he entered into the house of God and he did eat the showbread, which was not lawful for him to eat, neither for them which were with him, but only for the priest. Right? So they ate the bread. Or verse 5, or have you not read in the law? So see, you got to go back. When you read something like this, this is in the New Testament, verse 5, or have you not read the law? No, these churches, these congregations are not teaching to go back and read in the law, because you need to get understanding from the law. Or have ye not read in the law how that on the Sabbath day the priest in the temple profane the Sabbath and are blameless? See, because when we were reading the ordinances that the priests were doing when they were doing the showbread, the burnt offerings and all that, people that don't go back and read the law don't understand that, it is okay for them to do this because it's their priest duty, and that's what they're supposed to be doing, their ordinance for him to do. But now Jesus is clarifying it here. Or have you not read in the law how that on the Sabbath day the priests in the temple profane the Sabbath and blameless? They are blameless. That's why I was saying they're okay to go in there and do the burnt offerings, but anybody else from the 11 tribes left over of Israel cannot go in there and do the same thing, because it's against the law. And you're not going to know this unless you go back to the law and read it like Jesus Christ is telling you. Or have ye not read in the law? No, these institutions have not read in the law. But I say
Let
unto
me
you,
get the precept also showing that it was lawful, what Christ and his disciples were doing when they were plucking the corn,
our
which was amazing that the Pharisees were supposed to be, again, so-called masters of the law, and they didn't understand that they were not breaking the law in doing what they did. So we're going to go to Deuteronomy 23 and 25. It says, when thou comest into the standing corn of thy neighbor, then thou mayest pluck the ears with thine hand, but thou shalt not move a sickle unto thy neighbor's standing corn. So going into what you were saying, that they were just plucking the corn and eating it. It was lawful for them to do because it's in the law. They weren't, plucking a bunch of it, putting it in baskets and trying to take it to the market to sell it or nothing like that. So
Right.
what they did was lawful. It's in the law.
Right.
So if you haven't read that before, go to Deuteronomy 23 and read verse 25.
Let me read it again. You cut off at the last of it.
Okay.
Verse 20 says, when thou comest into the standing corn of thy neighbor, then thou mayest pluck the ears with thine hand, but thou shalt not move a sickle unto thy neighbor's standing corn. So the sickle is the blade that they use to actually, I mean, it has two handles on it, one on the top. Let me go this way. One on the top and one bottom, and the wood is kind of curved. The blade is also curved, so it allows you to do this movement to actually take the horn and and uh, and and cut it down. So as you hit it this way, the corn falls this way, right? And allows you to continue forward, and the corn just continues falling opposite of where you're going. So basically, what it is, that they weren't taking a sickle, or like I said, they weren't out there with a tractor and a bucket taking all of this corn and take it to the market. All they were doing was just try to eat, right? Verse 6 on Matthew 12:6 says, but I say unto you that in this place is one greater than the temple, not understanding he, Jesus Christ, was the greater thing that he was telling them. But if ye had known what this meaneth, I will have mercy and not sacrifice, you will not have condemned the guiltless. For the Son of Man is Lord even of the Sabbath day. So he showed them, proved to them that, you know what, you can still eat on the Sabbath day, even without kindling a fire, right? No, not burning any fire. And that the priests doing their burnt offerings were blameless, and they weren't actually breaking the Sabbath, because that was their duty, what they needed to do. So question 3, can we travel on the Sabbath day? So we can definitely travel on the Sabbath day. If you're going to camp, if you're going to a different city, if you're going to go and actually teach the Bible. And for like other people, like in the Catholic Church, that are like, well, if you're really going to follow the Sabbath, you can't even carry a burden. Sure, you're not supposed to even carry the Bible, not understanding what that actually is. You can, the same way as you can travel, the same way you can read the Bible to go teach the Word of God. You're being blameless, kind of like the priests were doing when they were doing their burnt offerings, right? So as we just read in Matthew, that Christ and the disciples were going through the cornfield, had to be traveling, walking to the destination, which was in the synagogue. So they had to travel from where they were, pass by the corn to get to the synagogue, in order for them to be able to get there. So they had to travel. Let's go to Matthew 12:9.
The book of Matthew, chapter 12, verse 9, it says that when he was departed thence, he went into their synagogue.
Right. And when he was departed then, so he had to go and travel, he went into their synagogue. So he went into the synagogue, be able to teach, and he was traveling. Question 4 says, can we read the Bible on the Sabbath? Right. So, of course, we can definitely read the Bible on the Sabbath day. And let's read that on the book of Luke, chapter 4, verse 16 to 21.
The book of Luke, chapter 4, and verse 16. And he came to Nazareth, where he had been brought up. And as his custom was, he went into the synagogue on the Sabbath day and stood up to read. And there was delivered unto him the book of the prophet Isaiah. And when he had opened the book, he found the place where it was written, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he hath anointed me to preach the gospel to the poor. He hath sent me to heal the brokenhearted, to preach deliverance to the captives, and recovering of sight to the blind, to set at liberty them that are bruised, to preach the acceptable year of the Lord. And he closed the book, and he gave it again to the minister and sat down. And the eyes of all them that were in the synagogue were fastened on him. And he began to say unto them, This day is this scripture fulfilled in your ears.
Right. 16 says, and he came to Nazareth, so he would always go to Nazareth where he had been brought up. And as his custom was, so his continually doing it on the Sabbath was, he went into the synagogue on the Sabbath day. So every Sabbath day, he went in there and stood up for to read. So he would get up and read. And there was delivered unto him the book of the prophet Isaiah. The prophet Isaiah is Isaiah, the book of Isaiah. And when he had opened the book, he found the place where it was written. So that's another point there. Not only did he open up the book, he went to a certain place where it was written. He didn't actually open it and went verse 1 and then started reading all the way down. No, he actually went to a point, which is what the Hebrew Israelites do, which is go back to the lessons and see how to decipher the Bible and how to understand the Bible. Verse 18, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me because he had anointed me to preach the gospel to the poor, which is what Jesus Christ was doing. He has sent me to heal the brokenhearted. He healed the brokenhearted, to preach deliverance to the captives. He preached deliverance and recovering of sight. He cured the blind, not only physically, but also spiritually, because the people that came after with the disciples, their eyes were open. Says to the blind, to set a liberty to them that are bruised, right? So he said liberty to the bruised, to preach the acceptable year of the Lord. And he closed the book and he gave it again to the ministers and sat down. So he gave the book back and then he sits down, right? When he sits down, the eyes of all of them that were in the synagogue were fastened on him. So not only were they looking at him, not only did he travel there, they also travel there. Not only are they opening up the Bible and reading it, he's opening up the Bible and reading it. Verse 21, and he began to say unto them, this day is the scripture fulfilled in your ears. So that was fulfilled. He opened up the Bible. He read the Bible on the Sabbath day. And many of our forefathers and prophets would open up the Bible to contend with our people to be able to understand and come back to his law, statutes, commandments, and to the Sabbath to keep it holy. So question number 5 says, can we teach on the Sabbath day? So, of course, this is what we're doing right now. And as we just read in Luke, you see that he opened up the book and read and taught out of that part of the Bible. So definitely, yes, we can teach on the Sabbath day. Let's read that on the book of Mark, chapter 1 and 21.
The book of Mark, chapter 1 and verse 21. And they went into Capernaum, and straightway on the Sabbath day he entered into the synagogue and taught. And they were astonished at his doctrine, for he taught them as one that had authority and not as the scribes.
Right. And they went into Capernaum, and straightway on the Sabbath day, again on the Sabbath day, he entered into the synagogue and taught. So he went in there and he was teaching, and they were astonished at the doctrine. So they were marveling at this doctrine, for he taught them as one that had authority and not as the scribes. That's why a lot of the times they're intimidated, and they always say, well, those Hebrew Israelites out there are yelling. They yelled at me. It's not yelling. It's not really putting you down. It's just having authority and being able to teach this the way that Jesus Christ was teaching. So yes, we can actually teach on the Sabbath day. Let's read that on Mark 6, 1 and 3.
The book of Mark, chapter 6 and verse 1, it says, and he went out from thence and came into his own country, and his disciples follow him. And when the Sabbath day was come, he began to teach in the synagogue. And many hearing him were astonished, saying, from whence hath this man these things? And what wisdom is this which is given unto him, that even such mighty works are wrought by his hands? Is not this the carpenter, the son of Mary, the brother of James and Joseph, and of Judah and Simon? And are not his sisters here with us? And they were offended at him.
Right. So when he went back to his country, he went back with his disciples. Verse 2, it says, and when the Sabbath day was come, he began to teach in the synagogue. So everywhere he went, he walked into the synagogue on the Sabbath day and he was teaching. And many hearing him were astonished. So they were surprised because they knew who he was, especially in his own country, saying, from whence had this man these things? So where did he learn these things that he's out here teaching? And not only that, but these things were actually, they were impressed because they might have not even known them when he was teaching them. And what wisdom is this which is given unto him? So they recognize his wisdom, that even such mighty works are brought by his hand. So all of the miracles and everything he was doing, they were amazed at that. Verse 3, it says, is not this the carpenter? So he's calling Jesus Christ a carpenter. So he had a profession, he had a job. It says, is not this the carpenter, the son of Mary, the brother of James and Joseph, and of Judas and Simon? Are not his sisters here with us? And they were offended at him. So all of his family was there, and they're sitting there going like, they can't believe it. When you know someone and they're teaching you something, like nowadays, we start reading the Bible, we start understanding, and you go to your family to actually showing them something. What is the first thing? Oh, I know who you are. I know the things you've done. You can't come out here and teach me nothing. It's the kind of like the way they were looking at him. You know what I mean? But he was able to teach on the Sabbath day and actually have wisdom and teaching on the Sabbath day. So now let's go to the book of Luke 6:6.
The book of Luke, chapter 6 and verse 6. And it came to pass also on another Sabbath that he entered into the synagogue and taught. And there was a man whose right hand was withered.
Right. So he went in there again, and it came to pass also on another Sabbath. So this was another Sabbath that he entered in the synagogue, always entering to the synagogue, and he was teaching them. And there was a man whose right hand was withered. So he had a bad hand, couldn't use that hand. But the point is, he went in there again on another Sabbath to teach in the synagogues. So he always taught on the Sabbath day. So let's read that on Acts chapter 13 to 15.
The book of Acts, chapter 13 and verse 13. Now when Paul and his company loosed from Paphos, they came to Perga in Pamphylia, and John departing from them returned to Jerusalem. But when they departed from Perga, they came to Antioch in Pisidia, and went into the synagogue on the Sabbath day and sat down. And after the reading of the law and the prophets, the rulers of the synagogue sent unto them, saying, Ye men and brethren, if ye have any word of exhortation for the people, say on.
Right. So now here on the book of Acts with Paul and John, they were together. They separated themselves. John went his own way to Jerusalem, but Paul went into the synagogue. Verse 14 says, but when they departed from Perga, they came to Antioch in Pisidia and went into the synagogue. So now Paul going into the synagogue the same way that Jesus Christ was doing on the Sabbath day and sat down. So he sits down. And after the reading of the law and the prophets and the rulers of the synagogue sent unto them. So once they were reading all of the law, the prophets and all of that, saying, ye men and brethren, if ye have any words of exhortation for the people, say on. So they're sitting there, they walk into the synagogue, and they're walking right into a teaching, being a teaching on the Sabbath day. So yes, definitely you can teach on the Sabbath day. How can you teach on the Sabbath day? Let's go to Acts 14 and 1.
The book of Acts, chapter 14 and 1. And it came to pass in Iconium that they went both together into the synagogue of the Jews, and so spake, that a great multitude both of the Jews and also of the Greeks believed.
Right. So it says, and it came to pass in Iconium that they went both together into the synagogue. They both went together into the synagogue of the Jews, and so spake. By speaking, they were doing teaching. They were teaching in there that a great multitude, both of the Jews and also of the Greeks, believed. So by giving this teaching, these people ended up believing because they walked in there on the Sabbath at the synagogue to teach. So let's go to the book of Acts 18, 1-4.
The book of Acts, chapter 18 and verse 1. After these things, Paul departed from Athens and came to Corinth, and found a certain Jew named Aquila, born in Pontus, lately come from Italy with his wife Priscilla, because that Claudius had commanded all Jews to depart from Rome, and came unto them. And because he was of the same craft, he abode with them and wrought, for by their occupation they were tent makers. And he reasoned in the synagogue every Sabbath, and persuaded the Jews and the Greeks.
Right. After these things, Paul departed from Athens and came to Corinth, and found a certain Jew named Aquila. So he found Aquila, born in Pontius, lately come from Italy, with his wife Priscilla, because the Claudius had commanded all Jews to depart. So he didn't want the Jews there and told them to depart from Rome, and came unto them. Right. So they went, and because he was of the same craft, he abode with them and brought forth by their occupations. They were tent makers. So being that they were tent makers, they had something to talk about. So they sat there and just kind of got together. And he reasoned in the synagogue every Sabbath. So he went in there every Sabbath, reasoned or teaching on the Sabbath day, and persuaded the Jews and the Greeks. So he persuaded the Jews and the Greeks. And again, you can go back and read like the book of First Maccabees, Second Maccabees, to understand the Greeks being the northern kingdom, not being the Greeks that are understand out here in the world now. But he got them to understand. He got the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom to sit there and understand on the Sabbath day when they were teaching. So we're going to go to question number 6. Can we have sex on the Sabbath? So a really good question to be asked, that is sex allowed on the Sabbath day? We went to it a little bit earlier, but no, you cannot have sex on the Sabbath day. If someone's teaching you, here are some precepts that can actually help you and show that, you know what, you can't have sex on the Sabbath day. So Isaiah 58:13.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 58, verse 13. If thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath, from doing thy pleasure on my holy day, and call the Sabbath a delight, the holy of the Lord, honorable, and shalt honor him, not doing thine own ways, nor finding thine own pleasure, nor speaking thine own words.
Right. So again, turning away from the Sabbath, because we were going through the Sabbath, it says, if thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath, from doing thy pleasure on my holy day. So doing my pleasure, the pleasure of the Most High, is for you to keep the Sabbath, to follow his commandment, to follow his judgment, to follow his laws, right? And call the Sabbath a delight, the holy of the Lord, honorable, and shall honor him, not doing their own ways. So you doing your own ways is how you're gonna honor him. Says, nor finding thy own pleasure, like we read earlier, and we were going through the lesson, finding thy own pleasure, which is going into sex. Pleasure of all of the things you really like for the Sabbath, but also going into sex, nor speaking thy own words, right? So proving it, we're going to go to the book of Genesis, chapter 18, 11 to 12.
The book of Genesis, chapter 18, and verse 11. Now Abraham and Sarah were old and well stricken in age, and it ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, after I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord being old also?
Right. Verse 11 says, now Abraham and Sarah were old. So they were already old, up in age, older couple, and well stricken in age. And it ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. So how is he going to be with Sarah after the manner of women? Is by having sex. That's the of having the manner of women, right? So Abraham is inquiring of her of the manner of women, of actually having sex with her. That's why she laughed. Therefore Sarah laughed with herself. So she's sitting there laughing, going like, yeah, really? Saying, after I am wax old, so now I'm an old woman, shall I have pleasure? Am I really gonna have pleasure having sex? My Lord being old also. So Abraham being old, she being old, she's kind of laughing within herself, going, come on, I'm gonna have pleasure, I'm gonna have sex at this age, proving that, you know what? No, you cannot have sex on the Sabbath day. You can't have sex on the Sabbath day. You can't sit there and watch your favorite TV show of Netflix because that's pleasurable to you. Binge watching TV shows on Netflix, Hulu, or in any of these streamings. No, going to the movies. You can't go to the movies on the Sabbath day. No, going to the club. Again, I'm going to say it again because of the morning to morning. This one completely comes up. No, going to the club. No going out on dates. So again, it comes back to that morning to morning because now you can have dates like everybody else in the world if you're going morning to morning. No eating from your favorite fast food places because you're not supposed to buy or sell, like we went through the lesson. No sewing, no cleaning, none of that. That's why I said, you know what, you prep yourself on Friday, even with your kids, with your sons, your daughters, not throwing the garbage away and cleaning their rooms. So no cleaning, no reading your favorite romance novel on the Sabbath. Open up the book, sit in the couch and read whatever you want to read. No, you open up the Bible and read the word of the Most High. No drinking on the Sabbath. So definitely not going out there and being drunk. You know what? Turning around and looking at your friend and going, you know what? Let's go get a 12 pack. Let's go get a 24 pack, or let's do some shots. I mean, the only drink you're supposed to have on the Sabbath day is for the communion, right? After the Sabbath, before the Sabbath is over, you have your communion. So no sex, none of your own pleasure. Not going, you know what, I got a day off, so since I haven't rested, I'm gonna lay in bed all day. I'm gonna sit in bed, I'm gonna cover myself, and I'm gonna sleep all day, and I'm gonna rest. No, it's just nothing that really pleasures you for you to be doing on the Sabbath day, right? So let's go to question 7. Can we exercise or work out on the Sabbath? So definitely no. That is a no. You cannot exercise on the Sabbath day. And we're going to read that on First Maccabees chapter 1, verse 11 or 15.
The book of First Maccabees, chapter 1 and verse 11, it reads, "In those days went there out of Israel wicked men who persuaded many, saying, Let us go and make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us. For since we departed from them, we have had much sorrow. So this device pleased them well. Then certain of the people were so forward herein that they went to the king, who gave them license to do after the ordinances of the heathen. Whereupon they built a place of exercise at Jerusalem according to the customs of the heathen, and made themselves uncircumcised, and forsook the holy covenant, and joined themselves to the heathen, and were sold to do mischief."
Right. Verse 11 says, in those days went there out of Israel. So out of Israel, wicked men. So these men were wicked who persuaded many, saying, let us go and make a covenant with the heathen. So he's talking to other Israelites, telling them, come on, let's go make a covenant with them that are round about us. For since we departed from them, we have had much sorrow. So they're having all of this sorrow because they're not following the commandments and they're not having the full support of the Most High. So this device pleased them well. So they were happy to actually do this and go talk to the heathen, right? Then certain of the people were so forward herein that they went to the king, who gave them license. So now they're getting a license to do after the ordinance of the heathen. So now they got license to be able to do the same thing as a heathen, which has nothing to do with the commandments of the Most High, which has nothing to do with the Bible. It says, whereupon they built a place of exercise. So this is evil. Whereupon they build a place of exercise at Jerusalem according to the customs of the heathen. So not only are they going against God, but now they build a gym that was probably simulated to the gyms that the heathen had, which these were the Greeks. So these Israelites were going to these Greeks to build these gyms and made themselves uncircumcised. So now they make themselves uncircumcised, becoming Greeks and following the Greek customs, and forsook the holy covenant. So they're nor following the covenant of the Most High, and joined themselves to the heathen and were sold to do mischief. So doing mischief is sin, is wicked, it's doing evil things, right? It's just the evil things that they're doing, and not following the Sabbath. But see, the thing about it is it doesn't matter whether you want to follow the Sabbath or not. The Israelites have to follow it. But we're gonna go. I'm gonna pull up a precept real quick. Let's go to the book of Isaiah because the Sabbath is gonna get respected. Let's go to the book of Isaiah, chapter 66, verse 22 to 24, real quick before we close up.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 66 and verse 24 or 22 through 24.
22 to 24. Let's see.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 66 and verse 22 through 24. It reads, "For as the new heavens and the new earth which I will make shall remain before me, saith the Lord, so shall your seed and your name remain. And it shall come to pass that from one new moon to another, and from one Sabbath to another, shall all flesh come to worship before me, saith the Lord. And they shall go forth and look upon the carcasses of the men that have transgressed against me, for their worm shall not die, neither shall their fire be quenched, and they shall be an abhorring unto all flesh."
Right. So he's letting us know the Sabbath is going to be kept right now where you're at right now, or it is going to get kept in the new kingdom. For as the new heavens and the new earth which I will make shall remain before me, saith the Lord, so shall your seed and your name remain. Right, because the sacrifices and all of that are going to be accepted from the northern and the southern kingdom. He's going to keep both of them. And it shall come to pass that from one new moon to another, from one new moon to another, and from one Sabbath, right? From one Sabbath to another, shall all flesh come to worship before me, saith the Lord. So waking up in the Sunday morning and waking up to go to church, that doesn't matter because he is going to require that from one Sabbath, right? That from one Sabbath to another shall all flesh come to worship before me, saith the Lord. And they shall go forth and look upon the carcasses of the men that have transgressed against me, transgressed in the Sabbath day. What we've been going through all day, you'll be able to see who actually kept it and who didn't want to keep it. For their worm shall not die, neither shall their fire be quenched, and they shall be in abhorring unto all flesh. So all flesh is going to see it. They're going to see they want to keep it, and it's going to get they're going to have to it's going to have to get kept one way or another. So we're telling the Hebrew Israelites, the children of Israel, to actually keep the Sabbath day, come back to the Lord and remember the Sabbath. And with that, I'm going to say shalom.
Shalom, Most High in Christ bless. Or actually, let's go to Ecclesiastes 12 and 13 first. And with that, so the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12 and verse 13, it reads, "Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil." And with that, gonna say shalom.